Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of The Son of Two Heroes. An early intervention by Iruka Umino changes the trajectory of Naruto's life forever. Given a proper adult influence and a real father figure from a young age, Naruto drops the prankster dead last mask and grows into a boy who truly takes after the Fourth Hokage. Smart, perceptive, and remarkably collected, this Naruto carves his own legendary name into the shinobi world as a devastatingly powerful seal master. While he still possesses his indomitable Uzumaki spirit, fierce ambition, and unwavering loyalty to Konoha, he is no longer impulsive. Instead, he faces his enemies with a sharp wit, carefully analyzing every situation before he acts. The shinobi nations aren't ready for a mature, serious Uzumaki who combines Minato's calculating genius with his own fiery heart. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Darling in the Fox, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 13. Tsunade had returned. With the fifth Hokage now in place, the village was once again running smoothly and was planning its war effort against Otogakure. Although skirmishes had taken place along the border of Fire Country, no battles had been fought. The other nations had decided that, due to the fact that Konoha didn't lose any significant amount of shinobi nor anyone with particular skill, excluding their Kage, that it would not be smart to involve themselves in the war. Konoha was still strong, maybe not like it was during the short reign of the Fourth Hokage, but it was still strong. Team 7 had gone on multiple sets of missions, having been a part of a few of the skirmishes with Otto Nin so far. Sasuke had been having difficulties with the curse mark, but he was getting by. Well, that was until Orochimaru's 4 elite shinobi had come to visit him. They offered him a place in Otogakure, and gave him a week to decide. All of this after a battle where they had completely outclassed him. All of these events led to this moment, where Sasuke sat atop the fourth's head alongside the man's very legacy. Naruto. Yeah? I need to defect from the village so that I can have the opportunity to assassinate Orochimaru. Naruto's head whipped to the Uchiha. Excuse me? You heard me, Naruto. The blonde sighed, and Sasuke began explaining it all to his friend. Once he felt the boy had a strong enough grasp on the situation, he waited patiently for his input. Alright, wait, what? The black-haired boy asked. You're just alright with it? Yeah, but it needs to be approved by Lady Tsunade. Listen Ski, I'm gonna go grab Jiraiya-sensei. I'll explain it to him and then we will meet you in the Hokage's office. Okay? Yeah, Tsunade. I hate to admit it but these brats are right. You and I both know Orochimaru is only sloppy when he is overconfident about something. Jiraiya said to his teammate. Lady Tsunade. With how bad he wants to take Sasuke's body, he'll train him well, but on top of that, he'll be careless enough to not take a new body until he can take Sasuke's. Naruto said, arguing for Sasuke's plan. Sasuke now stepped up to the plate himself. Ma'am, I believe if I go, not only will I eventually be able to rid Konohagakure of the scum that is Orochimaru, but I will also be able to bring many of his techniques and jutsu back to the village. If I was to guess as well, I would assume he will have me sign the snake summoning contract, which would also return to the village alongside me. You know all 3 of you Team 7 brats are a pain in my ass, right? You, Blondie, made me come be Hokage, Pinky somehow managed to get me to start training her as my own apprentice, and now you Uchiha brat. You want me to let you fake defection from the village to train under the only other Sannin that doesn't have an apprentice, who is also the leader of the village we are at war with. She sighed loudly, folding her hands and resting her chin upon them. Damn it Jiraiya, even you are in on this huh? Sorry Tsunade, but even I cannot deny it is a brilliant idea. Jiraiya said laughing loudly. Alright, fine, Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, ma'am? You are hereby promoted to Chunin and inducted into Anbu. Your first mission will be an S-rank undercover mission to infiltrate Otogakure and assassinate Orochimaru. You have 6 years tops. If he isn't dead in that time, you will be labeled as a missing nin, and I will have you hunted down and killed. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Sasuke smiled widely. Jiraiya, if this goes south, I'm holding you responsible. She gained a slightly angry look on her face and pointed an accusing finger at the Toad Sage. Wah! Jiraiya jumped back, eyes widening before being cut off. Shut up. Now, Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, Lord Hokage? You will have a B-rank mission. Sasuke will trick Sakura into thinking he has defected from the village. You will pick a few shinobi from your graduating class. They will support you on this mission. You will fight, tooth and nail, to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, but in the end you will find a way to make sure he escapes, without the rest of your teammates on this finding out. Understood? The Hokage laid out her plan to the 3 shinobi before her. Yes, ma'am, understood. Naruto replied, completely serious. Good. At the end of your deadline to leave, I will send Sakura to deliver a scroll to you at your compound. Make it believable, Sasuke. This will be an S-rank secret that does not leave the 4 of us, got it? She asked, receiving 3 nods of confirmation. She continued. Good, you're all dismissed. With that, the 3 shinobi left, and Naruto and Sasuke began planning. So these 4 nin that approached you, they're pretty strong, right? The blonde Chunin asked. Yeah, they had me beat from the start. Confirmed the last Uchiha. Good, then I want to make sure all of them die during this retrieval mission. Wait, what? The black-haired boy was perplexed. They are a threat to the village, and based off of your descriptions, they are likely the 4 nin who put up the barrier while Jiraiya-sensei and Lord Third fought with Orochimaru. Ah, I see. That does put them up there on the kill list, huh? Indeed it does. Well, Sasuke, tomorrow is the day. Let's make it believable, huh? Naruto held out his fist to the Uchiha. Yeah, let's, replied the black-haired nin as he bumped his fist with Naruto's. Sakura, I'm leaving the village. Don't try to stop me, Sasuke said, disappearing before she could even move. Sasuke, she cried out, staring into the blank space he had just occupied. I have to tell Lady Tsunade. She thought, heading straight for the Hokage's office. The pinkette practically kicked the door in. Tsunade quickly put on a surprised act. Sakura, what are you doing? Lady Tsunade. Sasuke left the village. He what? Tsunade played along perfectly. After a solid moment of explanation, Tsunade summoned Neko. Neko, bring me Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru right now. Yes, ma'am. About an hour later, Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, and Choji were all hot on Sasuke's trail. Listen, we can't let them take Sasuke from the village. He's one of our trusted comrades and we won't go back unless he is with us. Shikamaru said. Listen up, it's just us out here. The rest of our shinobi are out on missions supporting the war effort. There is no backup. Fight smart. Got it? Naruto commanded, sprinkling a few lies in. The 5 shinobi continued through the trees pursuing the enemy shinobi. Finally, Neji's eyes picked up one of them turning back around to face the Konoha nin. They engaged in a brief fight, before Choji told the others to go on. He would stay behind while they went ahead. Don't die, Choji, Shikamaru said to his friend. Before the 4 remaining nin took off. This same pattern continued, dropping the numbers of the group down as they went on in pursuit of Sasuke. Eventually leaving Shikamaru in engagement with the red-headed female sound nin, Naruto found himself alone. Later he came upon Kimimaro, but before the fight could even fully begin, a drunken Lee showed up, and Naruto continued on. He finally came upon the Valley of the End, where he met Uchiha Sasuke. Oi Uchiha, I'm not gonna make this easy. We've never really had the chance to go all out on each other. I didn't think you would, loser. And you're right, we haven't. So try to stop me. The 2 boys immediately engaged in a match of taijutsu. Naruto slowly overwhelming Sasuke with his speed, before they went into an all-out ninjutsu contest. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke called as he spit a massive ball of fire from his mouth. Using a jutsu Jiraiya has seen fit to teach him on the way back with Tsunade in tow, Naruto countered Sasuke's jutsu. Water style. Water wall. The fire slammed into the wall of water, causing a column of steam to rise from the spot Naruto had been. Out of the steam burst 5 Narutos, all throwing a hail of kunai at the Uchiha. The latter moving away, having seen just how dangerous a kunai of the blondes was, many times before. The 5 clones moved in, engaging the black-haired boy in taijutsu. Sasuke dispatched each one quickly, sliding into a spin kick to knock the last one out of commission. The last clone took the hit like it was nothing. Only as Sasuke found himself impacting one of the cliff edges did he realize that Naruto had substituted with his clone. "Neat trick, Naruto," said the Uchiha, fully matured Sharingan blazing to life. Flickering next to the Uchiha, landing in a handstand, delivering a spin kick that would have broke the boy's neck had he not caught it, Naruto smiled. "Thanks. And learn the body flicker while you're gone, it'll do wonders for your speed." "I plan to, it pisses me off that you use it. I'm still mad I can't figure out how you just substitute with your kunai like that. And I'm really starting to regret the pact we made about me not copying your jutsu with my eyes," the black-haired boy retorted, planting his foot in the Jinchuriki's chest, sending him flying. "Lightning style. Lightning pistol jutsu," called Sasuke as he fired several bolts of electricity from his finger at his opponent. "Wind style. Gale palm," called the blonde nin, the wind nullifying the lightning jutsu. 4 Naruto clones came to life beside him, the original grabbing their hands and hurling them at the other nin. Once again the boys went off in a battle of taijutsu. The two began beating on each other relentlessly. Punches and kicks connecting here and there, bones being broken only to be reset minutes later. Sasuke suddenly planted his foot in Naruto's chin, sending him into the air. Appearing behind him, the Uchiha got in 2 more hits before bringing the blonde to the ground with a heel drop. Lion's barrage. The impact of Naruto hitting the ground caused it to crater. Finally standing, the two stared at each other. They had been at it for almost 2 hours now, relentlessly beating on each other, and tossing jutsu around like candy. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Water style. Water wall. Naruto walked out of the steam looking at Sasuke. "Ski. Kakashi-sensei is almost here. I can sense him. He'll try to chase you unless we give him a reason to not be able to," Naruto said almost solemnly. "What are you suggesting, Naruto?" "It's simple really. Run a Chidori through me." "Excuse me?" The Uchiha's eyes went wide. "Look Ski, if I'm not in desperate need of medical care, Kakashi might still follow you. It has to be this way. Naruto, I could kill you. Ski, you have to do this, damn it. I can't. You're my best friend. You're more of a brother to me than Itachi ever was. You kept me from losing myself. How can I possibly try to kill you? Even if I try not to, it might still happen." "Sasuke, I'll be fine. I've got the fox to heal me and Kakashi is almost here. I'd trust you. You won't kill me. Now let's do it. Come on," Naruto said, holding his arms out and leaving himself wide open. Lightning crackled to life around Sasuke's hand, the Chidori coming to full form. The Uchiha held his arm out in preparation and closed his eyes. He hesitated, while thinking to himself, "I can't, there's just no way I see." He was broken from his thoughts as the sound of ripping flesh filled the valley. His arm felt warm. As he peeled his eyes open, he saw Naruto looking back at him, a smile on his face. His arm was buried through Naruto's chest, right above his heart. The blonde coughed, before laughing and giving a smile to his best friend. "Sasuke, you've got a mission to do. Get out of here." He withdrew a scroll from his pouch and handed it to the Uchiha. "Take this scroll I made. It's got a secret hidden summoning formula that will bring a toad to you, so that they can get my attention to have me come help if you need me after you kill Orochimaru." He then slid himself backwards off Sasuke's hand, taking a few steps back. Sasuke stared at the blonde in horror. He had just possibly killed his best friend. "Go Ski. It's time, Kakashi is almost here." With that, Naruto fell backwards onto the ground. The black-haired boy quickly checked for a pulse and after a few moments of hesitation, took off in the direction of Otogakure. When the copy ninja arrived, he almost cried out. Seeing his sensei's son lying there in a pool of his own blood, damage done that would only be possible if it had been done by his very own jutsu, Sasuke. "How could you?" he thought to himself as he checked Naruto for a pulse. Finding one, he gathered the boy up in his arms. "It'll be okay Naruto, I'll get you back in time." He shifted the boy onto his back, and took off for Konohagakure. "Inu," he heard the boy mumble. Kakashi sighed lightly. You recognize my chakra even in your sleep, eh Naruto? He thought to himself before doubling his efforts to get back to the village. Naruto awoke in a hospital bed. He slowly recalled the events that transpired to put him here, and he smiled. Good luck, Sasuke. He sat up, looking out the window into the morning sky. He then heard the doorknob turn and in walked Shizune, who was startled when she saw him awake. Naruto, you're awake? Seems I am. How long was I out for? It's been about a week. The Chidori did a lot of damage to you, there's even a scar on your chest. Ah, I see, the 9 tails really can't heal everything, can it? He asked. Of course not, so stop trying to get yourself killed, idiot. The woman said in a stern tone. Yes ma'am, he replied dryly. He snapped his head to the window before Jiraiya could even appear. Damn it, you really are a good censor, brat. The white-haired man said with a smile. Of course I am. Alright brat, listen up. I've gotta leave the village for about 7 months. I think it's going to be about 4.5 years before the Akatsuki is ready to really make their move. I'm going to make sure that time limit doesn't change. However, when I get back, we're going on a training trip, got it? Loud and clear, Jiraiya-sensei. The blonde replied with a smile. Good, later kiddo. I think Kakashi is looking for you. With that the toad sage disappeared. Shizune, how long until I can be discharged? Give me about an hour to sort some things out and check over you and you can leave. The medical nin replied with a smile. Naruto later went on to find out how his teammates had fared during the mission. All had made it out alive, and that was good enough for Naruto. He was sad they got hurt. And he started to blame himself, but after talking to them all, they reassured him they had made their own choices to stay behind. At least the Sound Five had been killed upon the arrival of Konoha's Suna allies. Chunin Uzumaki, Tsunade said loudly. Yes ma'am? The blonde nin responded. You are to take on a B-rank mission alongside Junin Hitaki Kakashi, Genin Haruno Sakura, and Genin Hyuga Neji. You will be establishing the basis for our first major attack into the Land of Sound. We will now be fully initiating our war with Otogakure, and the war is about to go off in full swing. There's a small outpost put in place by the Otto Nin that we want under our control to start our full efforts. It is one of 10 that will be taken by our shinobi. Your team will take over, and hold this outpost until a garrison force arrives to take over for you. Understood? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Good. Meet with Kakashi at the North Gate tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Dismissed. Alright, let's get a move on. Kakashi said as the 4 nin gathered at the North Gate. What's your plan for this, Kaka-sensei? Naruto asked as the nin leapt through the trees toward the Land of Sound. Well, I want to get close enough to do recon on the outpost. I'd like to get a force assessment and a battle plan going right away. Neji, your eyes are going to be invaluable for this mission. Naruto, you and I will be doing most of the heavy lifting this time around, and Sakura, I need you to be ready to put all that new medical ninjutsu to use. Why just you and Naruto, sensei? Asked Sakura. I'd like to eliminate as many enemy shinobi as we can from range before we engage in close combat. Naruto's shadow clones are capable of using jutsu, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Ah, I see. Naruto, when did you learn shadow clones? Asked the pinkhead, her curiosity piqued. Well, Jiraiya-sensei taught me during our mission to locate Tsunade. Naruto chuckled at the memory of the trip. You know, even though Sasuke left the village, we're all training under a Sanin. Sakura voiced her thoughts aloud. That's true, I hadn't thought about it like that. Don't worry Sakura, we're gonna bring him back to the village. I promise. The Otto Nin's outpost was nothing special. A small walled compound with 4 buildings. Neji had counted out 15 enemy occupiers. From assessing their chakra levels, Neji determined that 3 of them were low Junin level. 8 were Chunin and 4 were Genin. The 4 Konoha shinobi retreated back a distance away from the outpost to formulate a plan of attack. Alright, let's see. Naruto, you're still skilled with the water pistol jutsu I taught you, right? Yes, sensei. Good. Now, you're gonna kill 4 genin before they even know what's about to happen. I know it's brutal, but are you okay with that? Kakashi asked his student, slight concern evident in his eye. Sensei, we're at war. I'll handle it, the boy said with resolve in his eyes. Alright, good. Now make 4 clones and have them prepped to hit those genin on my signal. The copy nin ordered. Consider it done. Immediately 4 clones burst to life next to Naruto, all heading off to the predetermined positions. Alright now, form another clone. Your clone and my clone will be performing a combo jutsu at the front gate. Neji, Sakura, you two will deal with any chunin who don't fall at the gate. I will take the junin and Naruto will back me up. Understood? Yes sir, came the chorus of the three young shinobi. Alright, let's get to work. The shinobi spread out. Naruto's 4 clones were already in position, and his 5th clone was ready at the front gate with Kakashi's. Sakura and Neji prepared themselves at the rear of the compound, while the real Naruto and Kakashi got the high ground above the left side of the compound. Ready, Naruto? Yes, sensei. Kakashi sparked a small amount of lightning in his hand 3 times, the signal to begin the assault. After this, a few things happened in under a minute. First, the 4 clones targeting the Auto Genin fired off the water pistol jutsu, watching the small bolts of water pierce the back of the Genin's skulls before the clones dispelled. The clones of Kakashi and Naruto at the front gate gathered chakra to begin their jutsu. Water style, raging waves, called Naruto, blasting a large forceful rush of water through the front gate. Lightning style, electric currents. Kakashi slammed his hand into the massive flood of water, charging the liquid with high-voltage electricity. The combo took down one of the Junin, and killed 2 of the Chunin. As soon as the water cleared, Neji and Sakura leapt in and engaged the remaining Chunin. The last 2 Junin moved to assist their comrades, only for one to have an arm coated in a glowing blade of lightning tear through his chest. The other stared in horror, only to feel his chest hit the dirt and his back be ground apart by a swirling ball of chakra as the blonde landed atop him. Neji and Sakura quickly dispatched the Chunin, while Naruto and Kakashi secured the downed Junin. The man was now tied against a tree, and Kakashi got to work by placing a Sharingan Genjutsu on the man, forcing every bit of information out of him he could. After which he was killed. A few minutes later found Naruto leaning against the entrance to one of the buildings. I finished searching with Neji for any documented information, Kaka-sensei. We didn't find anything, he said to the copy nin. Alright, good work. Get anything useful from him? The nin responded. From the Junin, did you get anything out of him? The boy asked. Just patrol routes, base locations, and a small personnel list. The white-haired man replied. Ah, I see, so any idea if we're going back to the village after the garrison arrives, or are we going to redeploy? The blonde inquired. It's possible the Hokage may send new mission orders with the garrison. I suppose we'll have to wait to find out. Kakashi responded. The blonde simply hummed in response. Leaning against the building a bit more, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He'd stay like this until the garrison force arrived. A garrison force of about 10 Chunin and a dozen Genin showed up the next morning, led by a single Junin. The female Junin approached Kakashi and Naruto with a smile on her face. Hey, I'm Sakuraba Mayu. Glad to see your team cleared this place with no injuries. It really wasn't much trouble. Kakashi replied with a lazy wave of his hand. Lady Hokage has new orders for you, Kakashi. I don't know the details, they are in this scroll. Mayu said with a smile. Alright, thanks, he said. Turning to the blonde Chunin, he waved him over. Naruto, come here. What's up, sensei? New orders. Gather up Neji and Sakura. The former Anbu replied. Yes, sir. Minutes later, the 4 shinobi stood around in one of the buildings. Alright, listen up, I don't want to have to read this twice. He looked up to see the others all giving him their full attention before continuing. Alright, Neji, you are to escort Sakura to Outpost 4. They had some heavy injuries there and her skills are needed. Yes, sir. When do we leave? Now. Be safe, Kakashi said. Will do, sensei. Sakura said, walking out the door. Neji, watch after my student. Kakashi said with a slightly more commanding tone. I will keep her safe, you have my word. The stoic Hyuga replied. He'd changed a lot since his and Naruto's fight, becoming quite the team player and showing more concern for his friends. After the Hyuga left, Kakashi turned to Naruto. Alright, listen kiddo, there is some major fighting going on at the 10th outpost. Intel says they have actually managed to stall our forces. The Hokage has ordered our intervention in the battle. She wants the outpost destroyed. No point in trying to take it over anymore. Kakashi briefed the boy on their new orders. You got it, sensei. Lead the way. Wishing luck to the garrison forces, the 2 shinobi departed the outpost to support their comrades in a different sector. The fighting was outrageous. When the attack had begun, there had only been 20 or so auto nin. But out of nowhere had come a whole platoon of enemy shinobi. The massive concrete bunker before the Konoha shinobi had kunai launchers mounted inside, as well as slots for the enemy to fire off jutsu from the safety of the bunker. And for Chunin Yamaoka Matsu, she couldn't help but think this was the end for her. She was watching her comrades fall in high numbers. The first squad that had shown up to clear the outpost for the garrison force was almost wiped out. When the garrison force arrived, they were met with extreme resistance. She watched as 3 more of her comrades were cut down by the auto nin sound jutsu, as well as kunai from the launchers. This is it, this is the end, I'm gonna die here, she thought to herself, only to hear a voice split the noise of battle. Summoning. Food cart destroyer. Her curiosity got the best of her and she looked up from the fallen tree she had taken cover behind, only to see a massive toad land on top of the bunker, crushing it under its weight. She then noticed the young blonde, dressed in a black standard Konoha uniform. Adorning his chest was a Chunin flag jacket, unzipped, and lightly flapping in the wind. Gamahiro, bring the oil, Naruto yelled. The massive toad responded by spewing oil from its mouth, covering the entire outpost. Thanks for teaching me this, Sasuke. Naruto thought to himself, although it was much more difficult to learn, perfect, and perform jutsu that weren't your chakra nature, it wasn't impossible. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He called out, spewing flames from his mouth, igniting the oil and burning the entire outpost to the ground. Hopefully Kaka-sensei gets those medical nin here quick, some of these wounded don't have long. Dropping down beside the girl he had sensed closest to the bunker, he looked down at her. You okay? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Yes, thank you for saving us, she said in return. Of course, I'm not just going to sit here and watch my comrades die. He chuckled lightly. You're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? I've heard of you, the boy who beat the one-tail solo. Well, yeah, I beat him, but Gamabunto really helped me a lot, he said, scratching the back of his head. Still, it's very impressive, the girl said back, still in awe of just who stood before her. Though he might not know it, and most of the villagers and a lot of the shinobi would deny it. Amongst the Konoha shinobi who had been in the vicinity of the Shukaku's rampage, Naruto was regarded as the first hero of the Sound War. Well, thanks, but you should pull back to the rest of our forces or help collect the injured. I'm sorry, but I had to go find my sensei, he said to the older Chunin. Right, thanks again, Sir Uzumaki. Please just call me Naruto, the blonde said to the girl with a wide smile, before leaping off to find his sensei. About 30 minutes later found Naruto speaking with the copycat ninja. Geez, Naruto, you were at least supposed to wait for me to get back before you attacked. Sorry, sensei, another one of our shinobi was going to die then and there if I didn't step in. And I wasn't about to stand and watch. I know. I'm proud of you for it. And also I'm impressed, Naruto. You do realize you just single-handedly destroyed an enemy outpost? At this rate, you'll end up in the bingo book, Kakashi warned. Ah, come on, sensei. The only people who are alive to know it was me that just destroyed that outpost are our shinobi. So I think I'll be alright, the boy countered. Well, I suppose, the white-haired man replied. So now what? The younger shinobi asked. We wait for new orders. Chapter 14. Jiraiya had been gone for about 5 months, and the shinobi forces of Konohagakure had pushed about halfway into the Land of Sound. The remnants of Team 7, Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto, had been key players in many of the major skirmishes throughout the former Land of Rice Paddies. Naruto's skills with the Toads of Mount Myoboku had become a decisive factor in many of the larger battles waged in the Land of Sound. Their combination jutsus and the Toads' general battle prowess had turned the tide of more than a few battles. Sakura's newfound skills with medical ninjutsu had been invaluable to the Konoha war effort. Kakashi and Naruto had by now completed over a dozen high-value assassination missions together, taking out key commanders in the Auto Force. On top of the natural skill that actual battle builds, Kakashi and Naruto had spent a lot of free time training together. Kakashi had built his skills even more than they had been, going from being an elite Junin to a definite low S-rank shinobi. Unknown to even the rest of Team 7, Kakashi had been training hard with his Sharingan, as well as increasing his chakra reserves as much as he possibly could. At this point, rumors had began to circulate about a blonde Konoha shinobi, who wreaked havoc on the battlefield everywhere he went. Almost reminiscent of a shinobi who had died years ago. As Kakashi had warned months before, Naruto had indeed made it into Otogakure's bingo book. The blonde now had his very own entry, with a bounty to boot. It was nothing crazy, but he was definitely now acknowledged in the shinobi world. Bingo book entry Uzumaki Naruto Chunin. B rank threat. Known to possess the Toad summoning contract, most likely a student of Jiraiya of the Sannin, and a known student of Kakashi the Copy Nin. Uses multiple wind and water jutsu. Also possesses ability to use the Fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Order to all Auto Nin below Junin rank, do not engage if at all possible. Bounty 100,000 Ryo. End of entry. The three Nin found themselves standing in the Hokage's office. It's likely we'll be unable to find Orochimaru in the main course of the war. For now it seems as though we will be finding ourselves in a stalemate with Otogakure. Considering it's Orochimaru's village, it's likely we will find ourselves fighting against guerrilla tactics. The blonde woman sighed loudly, leaning back in her chair. I'd assume he has many hidden bases throughout the Land of Sound. The main village, though, is still a figurehead. That will end over the next 2 months. We have progressed close enough to begin preparations for a main assault. I'd rather have Jiraiya lead the charge, but as you know he is out on a prolonged mission. That is why you, Kakashi, will take Naruto, Sakura, and Guy, to lead the main assault on the village itself. Naruto looked at his sensei a moment, before turning his head to the Hokage. Ma'am, are you sure you want me at the front of this? I'm not saying I don't want to go, I'm just surprised. Your ability to summon the toads will be an important factor. At this point in the war, it's almost a guarantee that any of the civilians that had resided in Otogakure have left. Even so, we will still try to minimize casualties. I don't want this to be a slaughter, but I do intend to have the village itself leveled and wiped off the map. At that point, strategic victory will be declared, although war will not be officially over until Orochimaru has been killed. Though with the destruction of Otogakure, most of our shinobi will be able to be brought back to normal duty at the village. Hence we will be able to take the village out of full war mobilization, and halt the drain on funds and resources that war causes. The Hokage explained. Any questions? No ma'am. When do we leave? Kakashi asked. At the end of this month. Continue training, prepare yourselves, and discuss battle plans with Nara Shikaku. After you deploy, I guess another month will put you through the advancement, and the assault on Otogakure. The Hokage stated. Understood ma'am. Almost a whole month later found the 4 assigned Nin discussing final plans with the Junin commander, Nara Shikaku. As such, the large combined force of the Chunin battalion will finish the push to attack distance on the village itself. That is where you come in, Naruto. I understand you just turned 14 last month, happy birthday. The Nara clan head said. Thank you, Commander. The blonde replied with a smile, before his face turned serious once more. So what exactly will my role be? How many of the large toads are you capable of summoning at once? With time for preparation, I can channel enough of the 9 tails chakra to summon 3. Will that do? The blonde asked. That's perfect. The Junin commander confirmed. What's your plan here, Shikaku? Asked the masked Junin. After the Chunin battalion pushes its way to the village outskirts, you, Naruto, Guy, and Sakura will meet with the foremost line. The 3 of you will guard the boy while he gathers the necessary chakra to perform the summoning. The Junin commander sighed. You will summon 3 of the larger toads, and they will begin attacking the main walls of the village. Once they do, the main garrison of Auto shinobi should come out to attempt to defend. Kakashi, you and Guy will engage these shinobi along with the toads and the Chunin battalion. A small platoon of Junin will join you as well. Shikaku explained. So after we clear the enemy force out, then what? Asked Naruto. The Chunin will plant paper bombs throughout the village and detonate them. After which, Naruto, you will have the toads cover as much of the village wreckage as they can with oil. Then you and the rest of the shinobi will ignite said oil, and once the village is set ablaze, all forces will retreat. Any questions? No sir. Orders are understood. Kakashi said. Naruto, let's go get our stuff together so we can meet up with the others and leave. Alright sensei. The blonde replied, and with that the 2 shinobi left the Junin commander, and took off to fight yet another battle. Yamaoka Matsu found herself battling alongside her fellow Chunin to push their way to Otogakure. The resistance was heavy, they continued to push on. A small squad of Konoha Anbu had also joined in, and because of this they were making considerable progress. Also inspiring the Chunin fighters was the knowledge that the Hitaki Kakashi, and the one and only Uzumaki Naruto would soon be joining the battle, and so the Chunin battalion fought on. Once they reached the actual village, all of the Oto shinobi they had been engaging had retreated within its walls. It would be suicide to approach alone, and this was a well-known fact to the Konohagakure shinobi, so they lay in wait for the arrival of the toad summoning Chunin. As soon as Kakashi and Naruto arrived, along with Guy and Sakura, a platoon of Konoha Junin showed up as well. With preparations in place, Naruto began gathering the necessary chakra to summon Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamake into the battlefield. After a few minutes, and a few scuffles with Oto Nin trying to interfere, Naruto had finally gathered enough chakra to complete his task. Master Bunta, Ken, hero, it's time, Naruto shouted from atop the head of the chief toad. Right, came the reply of the massive summons. With that they leapt onto the walls, destroying them under their weight, and creating an opening for the Konohagakure Nin to begin moving into the village and eliminating the enemy shinobi. Kakashi came flying to the top of Bunta's head. Naruto, we've got reports of an enemy high-level Junin on the other side of the village. Back me up, he yelled at the boy. Yes, sensei, the blonde replied following the white-haired man. The two shinobi took off to the other side of the village, and upon arrival they were met with a gruesome scene. A small collection of Konoha Chunin lay butchered at the feet of a gray-skinned, deformed man with orange hair. Ha ha ha, more fresh blood, I'll kill you both, the deformed man yelled, as his arm began changing into some sort of chakra-powered battering ram. He blasted his way toward the two Konoha shinobi screaming, "Die here!" Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened at the speed, both of them quickly body flickering some distance away. Naruto, he's strong. I know sensei, I can feel it. The blonde sighed, as the orange-haired man turned around to face them and began to charge again. Follow my lead sensei. On you, the masked Junin replied. Naruto quickly formed two shadow clones who took off at the enraged stranger. The two halted just before he reached them and sped through hand seals. Water style. Water wall jutsu. They both called out, twin walls of water bursting from the ground, halting the man's progress as he barreled into them. Caught in the water he was then electrocuted, as Kakashi called out his own jutsu, slamming his palms into the water walls. Lightning style. Electric currents. He yelled. The chakra-enhanced man screamed in pain but immediately began laughing. You can't kill Jugo. Jugo kills you, he yelled, cackling all the while. He busted through the walls, destroying both clones before they could move. His next attack forced Kakashi to substitute with a barrel of apples to escape death as the massive deformed arm destroyed not only the barrel, but the street below it. Immediately both shinobi palmed a kunai, and rushed the gray-skinned man together. What ensued was a close combat battle that no normal human could possibly follow. Jugo swung his massive arm down intent on crushing Kakashi, only for the blonde nin to grab the masked Junin by the arm. Once he had a grip he pulled the copy nin up and over his own back. Kakashi's feet planted in Jugo's back and he left a kunai in the man's shoulder as well. The copy nin leapt off his back, and when the crazed man turned to him he was assaulted by 3 Narutos. He managed to destroy 2 of them, but one planted a kick in his face, sending him into the air. He felt the pain from the kunai lodged in his shoulder suddenly disappear, and although his crazed mind didn't acknowledge it, the kunai appeared on the ground where Naruto had been. Rasengan. A ball of chakra impacted his back, and launched him to the ground. The massive beast of a man quickly flipped to his feet and charged the blonde, a blast arm right hook swinging for the Chunin's head. The boy ducked under it, and quickly left a kunai in the armpit of his assaulter. Suddenly Jugo felt his teeth get knocked out, as Kakashi ran up his student's back and planted his knee in the man's face. The 2 Konoha shinobi them quickly made space before nodding to each other. All the while the beast man had still been screaming nonsense and violence into the air. The shinobi sprinted at the unusual man, kunai in hand once again. Naruto ducked low, and swiped the man across the chest with a blade. Lowering his shoulder as he did so, which Kakashi then used as a springboard to jump into the air bringing a kunai down into the beast man's back. He howled in pain, but continued his onslaught against the two Konoha nin. Naruto, we need to end this. Right, combo then sensei? The boy quickly asked. Bring the wind, kiddo. The two nin landed side by side facing Jugo, both weaving through hand seals. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. The two jutsu combined, forming a massive stream of fire that barreled toward the monstrous man. It hit him dead on, and the two smiled slightly, only to watch him walk out unscathed. At this sight, both shinobi's shoulders sagged and they sighed loudly. Naruto and Kakashi immediately regrouped down the street from the man. Naruto thought to himself, quickly coming up with a new plan. It was very convenient that Kakashi had seen fit to teach Naruto the headhunter jutsu during the month of preparation they had. Kaka-sensei, prep your Chidori. At those speeds I can't hit him, Naruto. The copycat nin said calmly. I'll give you an opening, just be there, sensei. Choosing to trust in his student, Kakashi simply nodded in reply. Naruto quickly formed 10 clones, 6 charging straight at the beast of a man. 2 were quickly dispatched and the other 4 were being quickly worn down. As soon as Jugo destroyed the last of the clones, the other 4 burst from the ground, all grabbing one of the crazed man's limbs. With the man immobilized, Naruto called out, Kaka-sensei. The former Anbu charged forward, Chidori sparking to life in his hand. His arm impaled the man through the chest, but seeing the man smile, he planted a foot against him and ripped his arm out while launching away. Unfortunately for Jugo, Naruto appeared behind him as well, with a fairly large Rasengan in hand. Smashing the deadly jutsu into the back of the crazed man, Naruto pushed him to the ground. He then held him down and let the jutsu do its work, until it carved out of the opposite side of the gray man's chest. The hole the Rasengan created was so large that the man's body had no organs left to function with. With those wounds, there was no hope for survival. Naruto quickly leapt away toward Kakashi, standing next to the Junin. The legendary Junin looked to the boy. Nice plan, Naruto. Thank you, sensei. The blonde sighed. It should be over now. They both turned back to the village, only to see it explode in a massive fireball, the shockwave blowing both Naruto and Kakashi off their feet. What the hell? They both yelled as they were launched away, rolling across the ground a few times before finally coming to a stop. When they stood again, what they saw stunned them. The entire village that had once been Otogakure had become a massive crater. The only remains of it being the outskirts, like the parts Naruto and Kakashi had been fighting in, and the areas where the 3 toads had been earlier. Other than that, the rest of the village was a pile of burning rubble. The bodies of the dead Oto nin burned and many of the Konoha Chunin battalion lay dying from massive wounds. God damn it, yelled the blonde boy. They fucking tricked us. No. He fell to his knees, pounding his fist against the ground. Naruto, calm yourself. We had to go look for survivors. Kakashi ordered solemnly. Through the strategic use of Naruto's sensor abilities, the surviving nin who had escaped the initial blast were able to locate and rescue any survivors in the rubble. Of the 500 Chunin in the battalion, only 42 survivors were recovered. The Anbu squad that had joined the battle early on had been fighting outside the blast zone, and had escaped with no casualties. The Junin platoon, that had been made up of 40 nin, lost most of its force, sustaining 28 casualties, leaving only 12 Junin among the living. Of the Chunin that had survived, 5 were medical nin, and were working against the odds with Sakura to save as many of the wounded as possible. Then came the counterattack. 2 massive snakes had been summoned from scrolls by Oto Junin. Luckily, all of the toad summons had escaped the blast, returning to Mount Myoboku. Thus they were ready and willing when Naruto called. Shit! Oto nin! Yelled out a Konoha Chunin before catching a kunai to the throat. Let Lord Orochimaru's snakes loose! Yelled an Oto Junin. 2 massive snakes were suddenly summoned in the rubble, and they began to attack the Konoha nin, wounded or not. I'm not just going to let you kill my comrades like this. Yelled out Naruto, who channeled the chakra of the 9 tails and then made a shadow clone. The clone and the original executed a set of hand seals and preformed a technique. Summoning. Food cart destroyer. They both yelled, and Gamahiro and Gamaken fell from the sky atop the snakes. Die here, vile creature! Yelled Gamahiro as he stared both of his swords into the snake. You see, I am ungraceful, said Ken, using his staff to break the neck of the snake he sat atop. Naruto leapt to the top of Ken's head and called down to his sensei. Kakashi-sensei, gather our shinobi and begin the retreat. I'll hold these guys down, so go. Kakashi looked at his student in awe. The boy really was something amazing. He turned to his longtime rival. Guy, take our shinobi and go. The Anbu and I will back up Naruto, so lead the retreat and get our nin to safety. But Kakashi. No buts, Guy. Kakashi said, looking sternly at his friend. We need a strong shinobi to spearhead the retreat so our forces don't get caught in another trap. You're the only one who can go. Guy's face turned serious, and he looked Kakashi dead in the eyes. Fine, just don't die, Kakashi. I would never. Kakashi said, laughing, and offering his friend an eye smile. Although his sister had been a casualty of the massive explosion, the younger brother of Chunin Yamaoka Matsu watched in awe as the retreat was made. He watched the blonde Chunin ride atop the head of a giant toad, fighting tooth and nail to secure their retreat. He had heard stories from his sister about having been saved once by this shinobi. Little did he know, his story along with many others would lead to why Uzumaki Naruto would be regarded by a large amount of the shinobi in Konohagakure as the hero of the Sound War. Bring the oil. A shout was heard before a small group of Oto nin were set ablaze by Naruto and Gameken. The small group of Konohagakure shinobi were surrounded, and were fighting hard to not be slaughtered by the enemy. Chidori, came the voice of Junin Hitaki Kakashi, as he ran his hand through 6 Oto nin in one fell swoop. The white-haired man quickly spawned a shadow clone, a chain of lightning forming between them. Lightning cable. He quickly shot through groups of the enemy shinobi, taking most of them apart at the waist. 3 Narutos appeared in front of a smaller group of Oto nin, all weaving through hand seals. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. Wind style. Open destruction. The combination of the 3 wind jutsu was what Naruto had taken to calling the Super Wind Hurricane Combination Jutsu. When Kakashi had heard this name, he couldn't help but sweat drop and instantly decide that Naruto was most definitely like his father when it came to naming jutsu. The torrent of wind ripped apart the Oto nin until there was almost nothing left. The combo Naruto had created was a definite A-rank jutsu. As the masked Junin engaged a new group of Oto nin, the Fourth's legacy found himself faced with a group of 7 Oto shinobi. The blonde quickly hurled a handful of kunai at the new arrivals, all being blocked or dodged. He quickly swapped with one of his kunai, slamming a Rasengan into one man's back. After the jutsu hit, he quickly formed 2 shadow clones, both springing to life and bringing a Rasengan to bear on 2 more of the enemy, 3 down. Naruto thought to himself, as both clones then flickered away from the small fight. The young Chunin vaulted over the back of one man, leaving a kunai buried at the base of his neck. He died before he even hit the ground. The boy transitioned into a handstand and brought a leg around into the jaw of another nin, sending him to the ground. Naruto spun around and palmed another kunai, leaving it in the temple of the man's partner. Akuno-ichi now jumped at him, aiming to cleave his head off with her sword. She sliced clean through him, only to be met with a puff of smoke. The smoke burst away to reveal a new blonde, Rasengan in hand that he brought around and buried in her chest. He sent the woman flying, and she harshly impacted a pile of rubble. The man he had kicked down earlier then leapt into the fray, only to be met with a kunai in his throat. The blonde quickly dispelled his other clone and made his way back to his sensei. Kaka-sensei. He called out to the obviously winded Junin. Ah, Naruto, looks like we finally pushed them back for now. He said, and suddenly a loud whistle split the air. Well, that's the signal to pull off. Sounds like our wounded made it out okay, Naruto. That they did. Need help walking, sensei? The boy asked the tired man. No, I think I can manage this time. Kakashi said with an eye smile and a laugh. Okay, sensei, just take it easy though. Naruto said, worry evident on his face. I'll be fine, I promise. The man replied with a chuckle as they began tree running in the direction the retreating Konoha forces had left hours earlier. Naruto, what's got you so worked up? Sensei, I just watched us lose over 400 shinobi in a matter of seconds. What's to stop that from ever happening to you and Sakura? I don't want to lose you guys. I can't even imagine how I'd feel. What if I lose you? The boy asked, an aura of sadness rolling off him. Well, Naruto, sometimes our friends die and we can't stop it. All we can do is get stronger and fight harder to stop it from happening again. The masked Junin replied. The two shinobi continued through the trees and fields, making their journey back to the battle group in silence. After linking up with the battle group, the true number of losses had been revealed. 486 shinobi had died in the initial blast. Of the 54 survivors, 27 had succumbed to their wounds. 6 Junin and 21 Chunin, bringing the total to 513 casualties on the Konoha side. It was a somber day for the Konoha shinobi and for the village itself. Upon return, a mass funeral was held for those lost in the battle. The Hokage gave a speech and the village grieved. Although the casualties had been high, the main war with Otogakure was now over. Sanagakure and Konohagakure would continue to hunt down Orochimaru's bases and continue to whittle down his forces, but the villages could now take themselves out of active war stance. At the end of the month, Jiraiya finally returned. He spent an entire day consoling his student. The boy still hadn't quite gotten over the loss of so many in seconds. But that was to be expected. The boy had never seen war before, and it was only natural. Tsunade. I want to take the boy on that training trip. Ah yes, as much as I'd like to approve it, you'll have to wait about 9 months. She said in reply to the tall sage. What? Why 9 months? He said in complete surprise. I've a large amount of Junin on a prolonged mission. I need as many highly skilled Chunin captains on active roster as possible right now. So until they return, I need Naruto around. She countered, completely calm. Fine, 9 months, but no longer. I need to make him stronger before the Akatsuki makes their move. I know Jiraiya, and I fully intend for you to take him. But right now, his village needs him. Alright. Well, I'm going to head off then. I'll be back in 9 months. Akatsuki hunting again? Something like that, he said with a chuckle. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, ma'am? The boy asked the Hokage. Currently, Junin Kanagaki Harumi is out on an extended mission. For now, as a Chunin captain, you will be leading her genin on missions, along with other Chunin and genin mixed in from time to time. She said in her authoritative tone. This should go for about 3 months. Maybe less. After which you will be assigned to a new team, as we will be rotating through Chunin captains. But for now, get acquainted, and come to my office in 3 days for your first mission. Alright, will do. Where can I find them? He asked. Team 12 can usually be found at Training Ground 24. They hold team training around this time every day, so they should be there right now. Alright, see ya, he said, jumping out of the window behind her. She stared a moment before gaining a tick mark on her forehead. That damn brat. Just use the door, she thought angrily. Team 12 was currently minding their own business. They were busy with their daily training, and with their sensei off on a mission, they'd been told they would be assigned a Chunin captain for a while. They would be doing a lot of missions, and training would be on their own time, along with anything the Chunin may feel like teaching them. When a blonde boy, their own age, landed beside them via body flicker, they were slightly surprised. Especially after realizing that their Chunin captain was the hero of the Sound War. Naruto. The girl exclaimed, I knew you got promoted, but I never guessed you'd be our captain. Ryuko. And the twins. Wow, this is wild, he said in surprise. He never expected Team 12 to be the very team he had met in the Forest of Death all those months ago. So I guess I'm gonna be leading you guys on missions for a while, huh? Looks that way. Can't believe we're gonna have you leading us, Captain Uzumaki. The girl said. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a smile splitting his face. Please, just call me Naruto. He laughed loudly. Alright, if you insist. I do. Now how about we go get some ramen so I can have you all tell me about your skills? The blonde said to the group. Alright, food, yelled out Roku. Geez, you're too loud, Roku. Aiko commented, sighing at his identical twin's antics. Oh, hey there, Naruto. It's been a while. Tucci called out as Naruto entered the ramen stand, Team 12 in tow. Hey Tucci, sorry I've been running a lot of missions lately. It's alright, my boy, trust me, lots of us in the village have heard about just how busy the hero of the Sound War has been. Ah, come on, Tucci. It's nothing special, the blonde replied. Oh, Naruto, you're back, Ayame shouted as she strolled to the front of the stand, hearing the voice of the #1 Ichiraku customer. Hey there, Ayame. Good to see you. What can we get started for you, Naruto? After taking the orders of all 4 shinobi, The ramen shop sprung to life, and the shinobi began to converse. "So tell me about your skills and stuff," Naruto said, a bright smile on his face. "I need to know what all of you can do. You start, Roku." "Aye, Captain," the boy said, snapping his hand to his head in salute. The other twin simply sighed at his brother's hyperactiveness. "My brother and I both have earth affinities. We are capable of a few low-level jutsu in the style, nothing more. I'm fairly fast and have pretty great chakra control. All of us on the team have learned the tree climbing exercise. I know Kenjutsu and am fairly skilled with my Tanto. That's about all I've got, sir." The hyper twin finished. "Alright, good. How about you, Aiko?" He said. "Tell him about your own skills, not ours, idiot," he said, addressing his brother. "Anyway, I am fairly fast as well, but have more chakra than him, but that comes with less control. I also skilled in Kenjutsu. I use a katana, and I'm quite proficient if you ask sensei." Naruto simply hummed in response before turning from the stoic brother to the sole female on the team. "And how about you, Ryuko?" he asked. "Well, I've got a fire affinity. I have good chakra control, I have the fireball jutsu down, and have a couple of genjutsu under my belt. I'd say I've got about average speed. I'm mostly a medical nin. I've got a lot of medical jutsu under my belt and I'm skilled in them as well," the girl said, explaining her abilities. Naruto took a moment to really take in the details of the team's appearance. The boys both had brown hair and green eyes. They were also of fairly tan complexion. They wore dark green shirts with black shinobi pants. They also had armor akin to that of the warring clans era draped over them. One possessed a tanto strapped over his shoulder, while the other carried a katana. Both seemed to look at life in a bright view. One boy was very hyper, while the other was a very stoic person. When it came to Ryuko, well, Naruto had to admit, she was very cute. She had black hair that graduated to dark red at the tips, green eyes and a soft smile. She was pale-skinned, almost a sharp contrast to her teammates. She wore a mesh shirt with a green Anbu-style vest over top, along with a pair of black pants. From what Naruto had seen, she was pretty outgoing and cheerful. This team shouldn't be too bad then, Naruto thought with a smile. "Well, you three should meet me at your training ground tomorrow so I can see just what you can do, and then the next day we will go grab our first mission." "Sound good?" "Of course." Later, Naruto, the hyper boy, said, his brother giving a simple bored wave, and both took off through the village. Ryuko looked at Naruto for a minute, but when she realized she was staring, she broke her gaze with a blush. She quickly turned around to leave, cocking her head back at the blonde. "See you tomorrow, Naruto." She smiled widely at him, and then took her leave. "Well, this should be interesting," the boy muttered to himself, before ordering a second bowl of ramen. Chapter 15. 1 month had passed since Naruto had taken the temporary reins of Team 12. He hadn't expected their third delivery mission to Sanagakure to kick off with an ambush by Otto Nin, but he supposed that was why he was there, instead of just the genin alone with no Junin. And Otto Chunin was poised to shove his kunai deep into Ryuko's chest. She stared back at him in horror. "This is it. I'm done for," she screamed in her mind. Surprise slowly made its way onto her face though, after she watched a blue ball of chakra impact the man's torso. He was shot away from her at a high speed and slammed into a tree. She turned to see Naruto standing over him. The blonde palmed a kunai and buried it in the man's chest before he turned back to her. "You okay?" he asked with a smile. Why yeah I am," she answered back, still shaking. It wasn't her first time in combat, but she'd never encountered an enemy that could move faster than she could react. If Naruto hadn't been there, she most definitely would have died. "Good. It's all right now, they're all taken care of. Anyway, let's regroup," he said to the still slightly shaken girl. The team regrouped, before Naruto made the executive decision to double time it to Sanagakure. Upon arrival, they were met with a few Suna nin. After Suna found out they had been tricked, they immediately offered to once again uptake the treaty they had before. They also offer consolidation money, along with their shinobi forces as support for the Sound War. Messages and important war intel were commonly swapped between the villages. On many occasions, a messenger hawk was too insecure for the transfer of intelligence. In turn, shinobi commonly ran messages between the village on foot. Hence the very mission Naruto was currently partaking in. They had delivered the scroll they carried to the Suna Council, as they still had not chosen a new case cage. There were many whispers around the village though, that Gaara would be chosen soon. The other whispers to be heard as Naruto and his team walked through the village were things like, "That's him." And other phrases like, "No way it's." But the thing that had most staring at the boy in awe, and what also caused his team great surprise at how widely known Naruto was, were the words, "That's who beat Gaara." As they made their way to a hotel they had been offered, they would be staying overnight to bring Suna's return message back the next day, they ran into the man himself. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto and his team came to a halt in the street. Naruto held his hand out, keeping the team behind him. The blonde stepped forward toward the sand Jinchuriki, the unexpected thing about him being the smile that he held on his face. Gaara. The blonde was standing only a few feet away when he spoke, smile still splitting his face. Gaara stepped forward, extending his hand to the blonde shinobi. "Thank you, Naruto." "Hey, no need to thank me. You're just like me, after all," the now widely known Chunin said. He took Gaara's hand and firmly shook it. The redhead cracked a small smile at him and waved his hand in the air. Both of his siblings fell to the ground beside him. "Naruto, you enabled me to see my family as my family. And that will always mean the world to me. I have friends and bonds that I thought I could never have. But I have them now, thanks to you," the soon-to-be Kage said. "You gave us our brother back, and kept us alive even though you had every right to kill all three of us." "Thank you," Temari said on behalf of both her and Kankuro. "I'm glad," Naruto said back. "Temari, Kankuro, will you please escort his team to the hotel? I'd like to have a chance to talk with Naruto." "Of course we will Gaara, don't go getting into trouble. Team 12, please follow these two, I'll come catch up later, I need to catch up with the rumored Kage." The blonde said winking at his team and attempting to elbow Gaara lightly in the side, only to be blocked by sand. "Damn, forgot about that," he said laughing, and the two shinobi walked away down the street chatting like old friends. They haven't spoken since Gaara last tried to kill him. How can they just come off like friends? Roku asked. Temari moved to voice an answer to the boy but Ryuko beat her to it. "Roku, Naruto has something special I feel like no one else has, he's just amazing, and he can change people for the better quite often." "Well, you hit that nail on the head," Temari said. "But sounds like you've got a big old crush on your captain." The blonde teased the red and black-haired girl. At this, Ryuko's cheeks turned bright red and she began sputtering nonsense. After a moment she just looked to the ground and stopped speaking, cheeks redder than ever. The boys and Temari all just laughed. "So Gaara, what changed? About me? Well, I'd say you are what changed. What exactly do you mean by that? After you beat me, and I heard your words, it awoke inside me the desperate boy I had locked away. The boy who just wanted friends and a family. You made me realize that, at the very least, I had a family. So thank you, Naruto." The redhead said to the boy who had pushed the darkness away, the darkness that had taken hold so long ago. "It's no problem, Gaara. You're just like me, and us Jinchuriki should stick together. When you are Kage and I am Hokage, we will have the greatest alliance ever. A bond that won't be broken." The blonde smiled at the future Kage. "I look forward to that, Naruto." The other boy said. "So, you got a ramen shop around here?" "We do. Take me there, buddy. There's ramen to be eaten." "Alright," the redhead said, grabbing onto Naruto, and flickering them both to the little shop hidden away in the smaller side of Sanagakure. The boys ate and chatted a while. Passerbys stared in awe every time Gaara let out a chuckle. It was a sound none had heard before. Sometimes Asuna Nin would walk by and almost face-fault at seeing the once homicidal Jinchuriki laughing alongside the boy who had single-handedly beat him. Gaara listened as Naruto told stories of Team 7's adventures, and even shared some of his own stories from when he was very young, of how he would entertain Temari and Kankuro with amazing creations with his sand. Wait, you can make cool stuff with it." "Indeed I can. Aw man, your power is so cool." Gaara laughed again, but grew a curious look when Naruto's face turned serious. "Gaara, the Shukaku, it doesn't let you sleep, does it?" "No, it does not. I am fine with never sleeping, as long as I can protect my village by doing so." "Gaara, I'm going on a trading trip in the coming months with Jiraiya-sensei. I'm going to be learning a lot more about sealing. When I come back, I promise to you that I will fix your seal, so you can finally get some rest." "Thank you, Naruto, but it's not necess, I already made the promise, Gaara." "So it's happening. Alright, Naruto looked at his fellow Jinchuriki before speaking once again. I'm going to share an S-rank secret with you. There is an organization, a group called the Akatsuki. They are strong, made up entirely of S-rank missing nin. They have a single goal, it is to capture all of the nine-tailed beasts. We don't know what they plan to do with them, but it obviously cannot be good. I see, the redhead responded. Yeah, it never stops for us, does it? Gaara asked. No, but one day it will. I swear. We can only continue on and see what the future holds, I suppose. You got that right, Mr. Cage. Anyways, I should probably get back to my team now, Gaara. Naruto said, standing from his chair and looking into the night sky. I bid you well then, Uzumaki Naruto. With that they both flickered away. The quiet night then fully settled over Sanagakure. The next day, Naruto and Team 12 returned to Konohagakure, settling down for a while before picking up a new mission. This pattern continued and soon, his time with Team 12 was over. It had been only about 2.5 months, and the group had grown fairly close. It would be another 6.5 more months before Naruto would leave with Jiraiya. Their Junin had returned, and he was now to lead a group of Chunin on what would mostly be patrols. He also popped in and out of a combat group assigned to assault some of Orochimaru's bases. He began spending time with Team 12 every now and then. Sometimes Sakura would join them, or someone like Kiba or Shikamaru and Choji. It was nice to have so many friends to see, and it was to the point he couldn't go around the village for too long without running into one. Leading to the new situation he found himself in. Please go out with me. The girl yelled as she bowed down before him. What? Naruto replied, and the girl looked up at him sadly. Do you not want to? She trailed off. No, I mean yes. Well, are you sure? I've never had a girl like me before. Naruto, do you really think I'd ask you out if I didn't like you? She questioned. Well, no, but will you at least go on a date with me, even if you won't be my boyfriend outright? No, I'll be your boyfriend. I would love to be your boyfriend. You're a great person, and you're super pretty. So yes, he replied, smiling widely. Wait, really? She shouted happily. Of course, Ryuko, he said just as loudly. He then noticed people were staring at him weirdly, so he grabbed her by the shoulder and flickered them to the Hokage mountain. How's this for a view? He asked the now identified red and black-haired girl known as Takarada Ryuko. Wow, this is amazing, I've never actually been up here. She said. Hey, it's pretty great. I come here a lot. With how much you want to be Hokage, I'm not surprised. Ryuko, why do you like me? The blonde boy questioned. Well, you're amazing, Naruto. You're so outgoing and kind. But you're also a level-headed shinobi, an extremely skilled one at that. You seem to have this way of bringing out the best in people, and I enjoy seeing you do it. You're also very perceptive and collected, as well as being very serious whenever necessary. You're an all-around amazing guy, and I've liked you since we met in the Forest of Death. Especially because you're really funny. When I was assigned to your squad, one of my first thoughts about you was that you were cute. And you've turned out to be a kind and gentle person. Something I greatly enjoy. So, how does this work, exactly? He finished asking nervously. We just spend more time together, and I'd like you to meet my best friend, and I suppose I'd like to meet your close friends as well? She replied. Well, you already sort of met Gaara, and you have met Sakura. Say, wanna go on a date? He asked with a wide smile. Of course, she said, with her own smile. Are you alright with going to Ichiraku? We can go someplace more fancy if you'd like. He asked. Ichiraku is fine with me. I never really worry about that stuff, I just like to get to know you better. Perfect, let's go. He shouted, grabbing her hand and flickering them to the ramen shop. Oh, just you two today? What is this, a date? Ayame asked scandalously. Actually, you got it on the head, Ayame. Naruto replied. Wait, what? She said in shock. Dad, Naruto is here on a date. A loud, congratulations, was heard from the back of the shop. They sat and chatted, sharing stories of their younger days. Naruto found out that her parents had been killed on a mission about 6 years ago, but it didn't hit her as hard anymore. He also found out that the girl Sakura fought in the finals, Hinazuki Rika, was actually Ryuko's best friend. You'll have to meet her soon. I bet she'd love it. We've known each other a while now, been friends since the academy. Wow, that's pretty cool. You guys sound like great friends. We are, she said with a bright smile. Cute. He thought to himself. At this point night had settled and it was starting to get late. Well, I suppose we should be leaving. I have patrol in the morning, but I'm back by late afternoon if you'd like to meet up. Of course I would, she said laughing before turning to the blonde boy. Walk me home? She asked. Gladly. With this the two nin strolled off into the street, heading for her home. So Ryuko, tell me some fun facts about you? Sure. Well, I like red, that's probably my favorite color. I like to head over to the Inuzuka Animal Clinic and help out Hana there. Either that or helping out at the hospital. I like to work on my medical ninjutsu. I really don't have a favorite food or anything. I like to hang out with Rika and when we can practice our medical jutsu together. What do you want your future to be like? What do you mean? She asked, a confused look overtaking her face. Well, like what's your dream? I mean I want to be Hokage, and Sakura wants to be a strong kunoichi and start a family one day. Oh, I see. Well, one day I'd like to be an amazing medical kunoichi on the scale of Lady Tsunade, and eventually settle down and have a family. Maybe even retire from active duty and be a housewife once kids come along. She smiled as she into the night sky while they walked. That does sound nice, doesn't it, my very own family? Naruto said aloud. The girl looked at him sadly, concern on her face. Naruto, she knew he was an orphan, and she was sad he'd never known his parents. It's alright. I know my mother and father loved me a lot. I don't know who my dad is, but my mother Kushina was an amazing kunoichi and I'm super proud of her. He looked at his new girlfriend, a large smile on his face. He stared at her attractive face a while, saying nothing before he suddenly blurted out, "You're beautiful." His eyes went wide as saucers and she blushed furiously. I just said that aloud, didn't I? The girl laughed loudly, smile spreading across her face. Yes, you did, Naruto. But anyways, we're here, she said, clasping her hands together behind her back and bending slightly toward him. Thank you for walking me home, Naruto. Of course. The next day, early in the evening found Naruto arriving at his home. He had gotten back from patrol much later than expected. I hope Ryuko won't be mad, he thought, turning the key on the door and walking inside. He set his things down and stripped before climbing into the shower. As he stepped out, he began toweling his hair. His peace and quiet was interrupted by a knock at the door. Must be Anbu, I've probably got another mission, he thought, wrapping the towel around his waist and strolling to the door. He turned the handle and opened it, only to be greeted by the face of his new girlfriend. Hey Naruto, I heard you got back from? She trailed of seeing his state of undress. Ryuko, are you okay? He asked, not realizing he wasn't dressed. Naruto, she squeaked out, turning around and covering her face. You're naked. Oh shit, he said calmly before it fully hit him. His eyes went wide and he immediately shouted, oh shit. Sorry, hang on real quick. He closed the door on her, and a loud collection of bangs and crashes could be heard as he struggled to get dressed quickly in his state of embarrassment. He opened the door again and greeted her. Now fully dressed in his black standard Konoha shinobi outfit, like what Kakashi and Iruka wear under the flak jacket, only leaving the pouches and other attachments in the house. Hey Ryuko, sorry about that. Would you like to come in? I could make dinner? It's alright, she said, still not able to look him in the eye, a massive blush still covering her face. And you're offering to make dinner? I've always cooked a lot. I had to learn pretty quickly after Iruka-sensei told me I needed to eat more healthy food. So would you like to come in? Yes, thank you, she said happily, entering the home as he closed the door behind them. It was a simple home, a bedroom and a connected bathroom, along with a combined kitchen and living room. He had a small couch and a coffee table, and a simple kitchen. It's not much, but I try to keep it clean, and it's home after all. Try. This place is spotless, Naruto. Hey, shoulda seen it during the academy days, he said, laughing loudly. What would you like to eat? I've got some fish I could cook, if you'd like. Yes, fish sounds amazing, thank you. Of course, he said, laughing. Naruto began cooking and continued their conversation. So what did you do today? He questioned. Well, thanks to you, Genin don't have super dangerous missions anymore, since we aren't in a wartime stance. Sensei had some important mission that came out of nowhere, so she was gone today. So me and my team were taken under the wing of some chunin named Ichio. She was nice and we ran a simple delivery mission to the fire capital. I don't know if you've been there, but it's huge, she said dramatically. Well, that certainly sounds exciting. The blonde commented while chuckling. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? He asked while putting the finishing touches on the food he was cooking. Nothing bad, just a few bandits we found on the road. Ichio and our team took them out pretty fast, we just tied them up and left them. Our captain said she'd send a team to retrieve them. She sighed. I'm so tired, but anyway, how was your mission? It was nothing out of the ordinary. He said, setting a plate before her, a perfectly cooked fish dinner on it. Ran into some Auto Nin trying to sneak into Fire Country on the way, but we took care of them quickly. That's good, I'm glad you didn't get hurt. And Naruto, this looks absolutely delicious. The girl said with a grin, the food smelled absolutely delightful. Thanks, I try my best when cooking. It's actually kind of a hobby for me. He stared at the girl, taking in the dark black hair that slowly morphed to red as you moved to the tips. She really was stunning. The girl looked at the food and said, thanks for the food. Before digging in, the taste was amazing and she was thoroughly surprised Naruto could cook so well. This is so good, Naruto. I'm glad to hear it. He said as he began eating his food. They ate and talked about random things as they did, just happy to spend time together. They were interrupted shortly after though, by a knock at his door. He stared at the door for a moment, confusion evident on his face. Who could do? Oh shit. I forgot. Forgot what? His new girlfriend asked. It's Friday. Me and Shika always play shogi on Friday night. I'm sorry, I'll tell him we'll have to reschedule. But before Naruto could move to the door, the girl grabbed his hand. Actually, you should bring him in, I'd like to watch. Ryuko, it can get quite boring, you really don't Naruto. It's fine really, plus I have my sketchbook, and I really want to see just how exactly you manage to beat the genius Nara Shikamaru on every other game. The cute girl said in a sing-song voice. Wait, you've heard about that? Shikamaru complains to Choji about it all the time. Now go let him in. With this, Naruto moves to the door and opened it. Hey Shika, oh, and you brought Choji and Ino. Nah, I brought Choji. Ino just wouldn't leave. Troublesome woman. The bored boy replied with a light smirk. Well, that's fine, I've got Ryuko here. Ino chose this moment to pipe up. What? You've got a girl in your house alone with you? Ryuko, what's the deal? Naruto's sweat dropped at this. She's my girlfriend, Ino. What? And with that, Naruto's apartment came to life for the night. Ryuko was forced to explain, while Naruto and Shikamaru started their game. Choji just happily watched while he ate his chips. 30 minutes later found Shikamaru with a confused look on his face, and Ryuko and Ino laughing loudly at the boy. I just don't get how you think of these moves. I can't figure you out. He said to the blonde. The unknown legacy had just beat Shikamaru in a match, and they prepared the board for another. Kakashi-sensei once told me I'm an amazing tactician. It just kind of comes to me. If you haven't noticed, Shika, I'm kind of good at being a ninja. Of course I noticed, you dolt. It's starting to make me wonder if you being Hokage is such a far-fetched thing. Eh? Naruto said in shock. Eh? What did you just say? You really think I might become Hokage? Naruto. Out of our entire generation, there's not a single shinobi who can stand against you in a fight. At least not for very long. The probability is there if you look at the numbers. The Nara boy explained. Ah, I see. Well, still thanks, Shika. Don't let it go to your head. The shadow user said. Ma, I want Rika to be here. She needs to meet you. Ryuko suddenly broke in, pouting. Naruto quickly formed a clone sign and 2 shadow clones burst to life beside him. Go find Rika and invite her. Got it, the 2 said and disappeared out the door. Well, that works I guess, Ino commented. 2 games of shogi later, one of which Shikamaru won, and there was a knock at the door. Ryuko quickly answered it. Rika, how's it going? She asked her best friend. I'm doing fine, thank you Ryuko. She said calmly with a soft smile. Naruto quickly glanced over the appearance of the newcomer. She wore darker clothes, which were in complete contrast to the burnt orange scarf she wore around her neck. She had blue shoulder-length hair, and red eyes, something that wasn't very common. Another outstanding feature were the red markings that come up from the side of her face, ending below her eyes. They were almost reminiscent of the Inuzuka markings, but upside down. She seemed like a fairly withdrawn and tight-lipped person. Hello, she said to everyone simply. Yo, said Shikamaru. Choji gave the girl a simple nod. Hey, Ino called. However, Naruto quickly stood and moved to the doorway and extended his hand to the girl. Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you. I'm dating your friend, so I'd like it if we could be friends as well and get along. Welcome to my home, he said laughing. The girl shook his hand but looked at him blankly and said, "You talk too much." Naruto's face faltered and was completely blown away by the response. The rest of the people in the apartment laughed at his expense. "Rika, don't be rude," Ryuko said jokingly, knowing this was just the kind of person Rika was. "Anyways, come sit." Alright, the group enjoyed their night, having a lot of fun around the table. Naruto and Shikamaru eventually even stopped their game. The two began being social with the rest and were made fun of for a while for being so into a game like shogi. They defended with mentions of it keeping their minds sharp and helping them with battle strategy. Eventually everyone said their goodbyes, and it was just Naruto and Ryuko. They chatted a while as he walked her home, and upon arrival, she suddenly kissed him on the cheek, said a quick goodbye, and rushed inside. This left Naruto standing dumbly outside her house for a few minutes, but he finally composed himself and began his walk home. Ryuko really is just too cute, he thought to himself before he began whistling a soft tune and finishing his walk home. The next morning Naruto slept in. It had been a while since he had the chance to do such a thing. Man, I forgot how nice it is to sleep in, he thought to himself. He felt amazing. His whole body seemed to have needed the rest. The boy moved to his kitchen and fashioned himself a nice egg breakfast. He began eating as he unfurled a few scrolls on the table. They were all Fuinjutsu scrolls that Jiraiya had given him, a few had been his mother's. What he was currently studying were resistance seals. These were a lot like the weights Rock Lee had worn, but these were applied to the body or clothing. Training with these seals could quickly increase physical strength and provide a much-needed boost in speed when they were released. He was just trying to figure exactly how they would need to be applied so that he could release and apply them like flipping a switch. He was also running into trouble on how exactly he was to increase the level of resistance they had. Just like Lee, eventually his body would be used to them, so he would need to be able to increase their level in intervals. The second seal he was studying was the paralysis seal. This had the ability to lock up every muscle in the body, causing the target to experience temporary paralysis. Its effectiveness was proportionate to the size of the target and the amount of chakra the target had. He supposed it could be useful in a fight when you needed to temporarily immobilize your opponent. The only problem with this seal was the fact that it was indeed temporary. The third seal he was currently studying was the restraint seal. It was quite like the paralysis seal, but it required the target to be still while it was applied. The other drawback was that the fact that it took quite a bit of chakra, as well as some time to prepare. He'd long ago decided that Fuinjutsu was the weirdest of the shinobi arts. Sometimes, sealing jutsu required a brush and paper. Other times, seals could be created and placed by the user's chakra. It was confusing, but it was the way it worked. The fire sealing method used special ink and a brush, and the seal had to be drawn. But the paralysis seal could be placed by simply doing hand seals, and then placing your palm upon the intended target. Fuinjutsu has complicated rules, and half the time it didn't even make sense, but it just worked. However, Naruto wasn't complaining. He loved Fuinjutsu and he wished he had more time to study it. It deeply interested him, and he always enjoyed learning more about it from Jiraiya. After a while, the boy put his scrolls away and washed his dishes. Getting properly clothed, he left his apartment to go find something to do. Maybe he would drop by and see his girlfriend, but he might find Kiba or Lee for a spar. He often wished Sasuke was still in the village for the simple reason of the fact that he needed a sparring partner that could push him. Kakashi would never seriously spar him, as he could accidentally kill his student. He also hadn't fought Sakura in a while. He wondered how much her skills had really increased. She had definitely come a long way since the academy. He was proud of his pink-haired teammate. His mind often wandered to how his best friend might be doing. Sasuke was still in deep cover, but he was also training. He wondered how strong the Uchiha might be once his mission was complete. Oh well, I'll have to wait to find out. Guess I'll go find Ryuko, the blonde thought, strolling down the street in the direction of the girl's house. Chapter 16. Ryuko was eating breakfast alone at her kitchen table. She was slightly zoned out, and still kind of asleep. She hadn't even changed out of her pajamas. She moved to take another bite, but was startled by a knock at her door. She got up, moving to the entryway and opening the door. She was greeted with a tall blonde, with long bangs framing his face. The girl had always been captivated by the whisker marks that adorned his cheeks. "Oh hey Naruto," she said simply. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" he said, taking in her appearance. She stared at him a moment, before she realized what he asked. "Oh, hee sorry." She laughed. "Please come in if you'd like. I just need to go get dressed." "Take your time Ryuko," he said, following her in and sitting down at her table. She quickly moved off to her bedroom, and proceeded to get dressed. When she came back in, she smiled at her boyfriend. "Did you eat anything yet?" "Yeah, I ate when I woke up, thank you though." "Seems you slept in too, huh?" he questioned. She sat down and began finishing her meal. "Yeah, really late," she said with a laugh. "You were probably up before even I was." "Hey, it's possible. So did you have any plans today?" "I have team training around 4 this afternoon, but otherwise no." She responded. That gives us 3 hours then, if you want to do something." Kakashi-sensei wanted me to come by and train with him at 12. "Yes, I'd love to spend some time together." "Perfect, what do you want to do?" he asked. "Maybe we could just take a walk through the village, and see what we come across," she suggested. "Sure." With that, the two made their way out of the house, and strolled through the village. As they walked, they conversed about the war, and about the missions Ryuko's team had been taking. They continued through the village, finding random things to do, and stopping in different stores. "Oh, how nice of you to come by, Naruto." "Nice to see you, Kaka-sensei," Naruto said with a wave and a smile. "So you wanna spar or what?" After Jiraiya had informed Kakashi of the threat of the Akatsuki, he had began to train himself to new levels, along with his team. The masked Junin knew he was strong, but he was also man enough to admit that every member of the Akatsuki had had him outclassed at the time. But he had come a long way, and Kakashi was now worth every bit of the title of an S-rank nin. He had trained himself hard alongside Naruto. He knew he couldn't afford to be sloppy or weak if the Akatsuki came knocking on Konohagakure's front door. He had decided he would be ready. He didn't want to have a repeat of the Itachi incident. He had increased his chakra reserves by quite a lot, and the man could now throw around all of those jutsu Obito's eye had helped him acquire. He had burned himself out some days even. He had worked hard, and in the end, it had indeed paid off. "Well, let's see how you do against me today, Naruto." The two stood about 50 yards away from each other, staring the other down. Naruto threw a rock into the air, and both of their bodies tensed. The rock hit the ground and bounced, and before it could touch the ground again, Naruto had slammed into Kakashi. The masked Junin caught the handstand kick aimed at his face, throwing the boy away. Said blonde regained his footing, and began weaving hand signs, water style, raging waves. He called, and a massive rush of water bulldozed its way toward Kakashi. Earth style wall. A wall of bricked earth rose from the ground, stopping Naruto's jutsu in its tracks. Earth style, earthquake slam. He called out, and the ground ripped apart like a blender, moving towards the blonde shinobi. Naruto flickered to life behind the Junin. He spun both legs around in a handstand, in an attempt to catch him with 2 kicks to the abdomen. Both missed as Kakashi twisted himself around the blonde, bringing a hard punch straight to the blonde's back. Only to hit air. He had flickered across the clearing, and when Kakashi locked his eye on him, Naruto was already weaving hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. He yelled, a massive torrent of wind ripping through the training ground, kicking up dust as it went. Kakashi also flew through a set of seals, and called out. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A giant flame roared to life, and it overtook the wind, and used it as fuel. Kakashi's eye widened as a kunai burst through his fireball. After it got past the flames, but about 10 feet from Kakashi, it burst in a puff of smoke to reveal a shadow clone. Said clone smirked, and then substituted with its original. When the real Naruto appeared, he had a huge grin on his face, and his hands were forming the last seal in a chain of hand signs. Water style. Raging waves. If the masked Junin was honest, he was caught completely off guard. The move the blonde had just executed had been completely unexpected. The wash of water grabbed the Junin and threw him to the ground harshly. Well, Naruto, I truly am impressed. That was an impressive move. I honestly hadn't expected that. You truly have become a frightening shinobi. The legendary Nin laughed aloud. But it's time I end this, he said as he weaved hand seals before he called out his jutsu. Summoning. Earth style. Tracking fang technique. The Ninkin tore through the ground below them, and they burst out beside Naruto, grabbing on before he could really understand what was happening. One of the biggest hounds almost bit straight through his metal arm protector, but not a single one of the dogs drew blood. But Naruto knew if he moved, they would. The blonde sighed loudly before laughing. The masked man flickered to life behind the boy, holding a kunai to his throat. The white-haired man eyes smiled, a memory popping into his head before he spoke. You can't beat me. You lose, Naruto. Damn, so close, the Chunin said before he smiled at his sensei. That was a good match, Kakashi-sensei. The Ninkin suddenly disappeared in a burst of smoke, and the two shinobi faced each other. That it was. You did great, Naruto. Kushina would be proud. Thank you, Kaka-sensei. The blonde smiled at him, happy at the mention of his mother. Don't worry, sensei, I'll beat you soon. Kakashi reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. I'm sure you will, he said with an eye smile. 3.5 months later found Naruto and Ryuko on a very special date. The two had grown extremely close, and spent a lot of their off time together. Come on, Ryuko, follow me, it'll be fun, he said, running off with her hand in his. Okay, I'm coming, she said, laughing. But where are we going? You'll see, it's a surprise. He laughed, before he spun around and put his hands over her eyes. Now hold on tight, and don't peek. Fine, but I can keep my eyes closed myself, thank you. Alright, fair, he replied as she wrapped her arms around him and held on. He quickly flickered them both to the top of his unknown father's head. Alright, open your eyes, Naruto told the cute girl. Ryuko's eyes peeled open, and what she saw stunned her. Before the two of them sat a well-prepared picnic, exclusively done just for her, with everything she could possibly like to eat. Candles illuminated the space they occupied, and it was just after sunset. The lights of the village made it glow with an absolutely untouchable beauty. The young woman was blown away by the extent the blonde had gone to, just to prepare an amazing date for her. She turned to him quickly, and placed her head against his chest. Thank you, Naruto. I can't believe you did all of this just for me. For you? Of course, he replied with a smile. His cheeks flushed and he was caught completely off guard when she pushed away the bangs from one side of his face, and kissed his cheek. Seriously, Naru, thank you. If possible, the blonde got even redder at the nickname. Of course, now let's eat? He asked. Yes please, she said happily in response. The two then sat, and began eating. They enjoyed their time together, and they joked and laughed for a large part of the night. Eventually they sat atop Minato's stone head, in complete silence, her head leaned against his shoulder. But with an almost sad sigh, Naruto broke the silence. Ryuko, there's something I've needed and wanted to tell you for a while. I thought maybe I could hide it, but that wouldn't be fair. Naruto, what are you talking about? The girl asked, a concerned and questioning look on her face. You remember, learning about the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago, right? He questioned. Of course I do. What of it? Her face became even more concerned and confused. It was told to us that the Fourth Hokage beat the beast, and ridded the village of it, but it was never told to us just how he did that. We all just assumed that he killed it, at the cost of his own life. Well yes, that's what happened. And that is the truth, except it isn't. The Nine Tails is a tailed beast. And you cannot kill a tailed beast. They would only reform. So the fourth saw one option. He sealed that bastard fox into a newborn baby boy. That boy was the son of Uzumaki Kushina, and he still holds that bastard fox to this day. I am the son of Kushina, and I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto, you poor thing, she said, shocking him to his core as she wrapped her arms around him and held him tight. So that's why people look at you so harshly. Why they say such terrible things about you. It must have been so difficult for you. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Why, you don't hate me? He asked, barely able to contemplate that it didn't bother her in the least. Of course not, she yelled, slapping him on the back of the head. Do you really think I could care about you like this, and just throw that away because you have some monster sealed away inside you? Thank you, Ryuko. Shut up, idiot, she commanded. She pushed a bang away from his face, and for the first time, she kissed him on the lips. His eyes went wide at the feeling, before he slowly melted into it. He wrapped his arms around her, and after they broke away, they sat together for another few hours. Naruto awoke in his bed. At least he thought it was his bed, until he realized it wasn't his room. His eyes went wide, and he sucked in a breath as he realized the mop of black and red hair sleeping beside him was Ryuko. Oh, that's right, I remember now. The boy thought. The girl had fallen asleep with him atop the monument, and he had carried her home. When he had laid her in her bed, he had immediately moved to leave. As he did, she had grabbed his arm and asked him to stay with her. They had cuddled up and fallen asleep. They hadn't done anything but shared the bed and cuddled. He was extremely happy with this girl. She just made his life a lot better. He had a mission with Kakashi-sensei later that day, so being extra careful not to wake her, he left the bed and began to cook them breakfast. He made eggs with toast, and also had a shadow clone run to the nearby store and buy some bacon, quickly cooking that as well. He walked quietly into her room and gently shook the girl's shoulder. Ryuko, wake up, I made breakfast. She stirred lightly. You made breakfast? Thank you, Naruto. As the post-sleep haze left her body, she began to take in the fact that Naruto had stayed with her that night, and smiled. Want me to carry you downstairs, Ryuko? She responded with a smile and extended her arms out to him. She quickly motioned for him to pick her up. Once he had her fully in her arms, she leaned up and quickly pecked him on the lips. You're amazing, Naru. He smiled down at the girl in his arms as he carried her. So are you, Ryu. The girl flushed red at the new nickname, but smiled widely. They then ate breakfast together, simply enjoying each other's company. So Naruto, what would you like for your birthday? For my birthday? He asked, confused. Naruto, it's the 1st of October today. You've got 9 days left until you're 15. She said, laughing. Oh shit. It is. Wow, I can't believe I just forgot, and I guess what I want for my birthday is to just spend more time with you. You're too cute, Naru. I'm not cute. I'm a strong, badass, handsome ninja. Not cute, he replied with a pout. Ryuko simply laughed in reply. Naruto's birthday party was awesome. Held at Ryuko's house, everyone came. The remnants of Team 7, all of Teams 2, 8, 10, 12, and Team Guy attended. Minus the sensei. Although Kakashi did stop by, he'd gotten Naruto a new set of metal arm protectors, considering his original ones were quite worn. Eventually most attendees had left, leaving Ryuko, the rest of her team, Rika, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Naruto. The blonde and Kiba had become fairly close friends. With Sasuke gone, Naruto had needed a new sparring partner, and as much as he liked Lee, the bowl-cut boy was just too over the top to spar with every day. Rika and Naruto had become close friends as well. She spent a lot of time with him and Ryuko. The group was now perched around the center of the room, where Naruto and Shikamaru sat on the floor, playing an intense game of shogi with the new set the Nara boy had gotten Naruto. Your move, Shikamaru, Naruto said smugly. The room sat in silence, as the second Chunin sat and thought of a strategy. Here, he said, finally moving a piece on the board. So I heard that Iwe has been poking around the edge of grass country. It's really starting to rile up the Kusanin. Kiba piped in. Really? That can't be good, Naruto said before moving his own piece. Try to get past this, he said idly. Yeah, mom said it could get serious. But I hear Lord Jiraiya might have some dirt on Iwe that we can use to keep them in their hole for a while. Leave it to Jiraiya-sensei to have dirt on entire countries. Naruto laughed. Your turn, Naruto, the Nara said, finally moving his piece. It still makes me mad that you and Sakura get to train under Sannin. That's just not fair, the feral boy complained. Kiba, I don't know why you think you can't get just as strong if you work hard enough. I know that, but still. It's not fair you just randomly get a Sannin to teach you. Your move, Shika, Naruto said, after studying the board a moment and moving a piece. Listen, I don't know why Jiraiya-sensei picked me, but he did and I'm not going to complain, you know. Whatever, Kiba said before laughing. You down for a spar tomorrow? Of course I am, the Jinchuriki replied. Are you stupid? Rika asked suddenly. Naruto replied, caught off guard by her sudden question. I said, are you stupid? You have a mission with my team tomorrow. With our sensei out, you were assigned to lead us on another delivery mission to Suna. Oh, he replied, chuckling. I guess I sort of forgot. How can you just forget important missions, Naruto? You're supposed to be a Chunin after all. Shikamaru cut in. Your move, Uzumaki. Hey man, I've been running so many missions lately I can hardly keep track of where one ends and the next begins. He countered, before making his counter move on the board as well. 5. He then said suddenly. Everyone in the room stared at him blankly. They waited for him to continue, but his mouth remained shut. They all stared for another minute, before Kiba finally broke the silence. 5. What? I'll have you beat in 5 moves, Shika. And there's nothing you can do about it either. Kiba immediately spoke up. What? There's no way, what the hell? He was cut off when Shikamaru finally spoke up. Ah damn, it seems you win. He then sighed loudly. I just can never read your moves. What? Came Kiba's voice. You beat Shikamaru that quickly. He tends to win every other game, Kiba. The Nara boy said. Shikamaru. There's one problem with your strategic ability. You always assume there's a plan or strategy to someone's moves. But once in a while, you come across people like me. Sure, I can pull crazy strategies and battle plans out of my skull, but sometimes I really just go with the flow. Sometimes I fight purely on action and reaction. Nothing else. Unpredictability is your weakest point. So you need to expect the unexpected, and look underneath the underneath. Naruto said to the Nara. He smiled lightly, remembering when Kakashi had first told him that phrase. At this point Kiba's brain had fried. He really hadn't ever been exposed to how intelligent Naruto really could be. That said, it threw the Inuzuka off quite a bit. Shikamaru, on the other hand, sat and thought about Naruto's words. Meanwhile, the two girls and Naruto began setting up a card game at the kitchen table. After Shika and Kiba came back from their heads, they joined the others. After a few card games, the others took off, leaving only the birthday boy and the homeowner alone. For his last present, Ryuko gave him a lengthy makeout session, and Naruto happily accepted. Before they went to sleep, Ryuko said one last thing to Naruto. Happy 15th birthday, Naru. 2 days later found Naruto and Team 12 at the Hokage Tower. Junin Kanagaki. You and your team, accompanied by Chunin Uzumaki, will be going on a patrol in grass country. We've strengthened our ties with Kusagakure quite a bit since the Chunin exam incident. They have been contributing in the hunt for Orochimaru, but they currently have a manpower shortage. You will run a patrol route along the border of grass and earth. Understood? Yes, ma'am, came the chorus from the nin. Good, then move out, the Hokage said, turning back to her paperwork. A day's travel landed the group in grass country, where they had stayed in a hotel in Kusagakure as their patrol was scheduled for the next day. They had woken early and quickly made their way to the border of the land of earth. About 4 hours into their patrol, they stopped to rest. Aiko was looking intently at a map, before his face scrunched up in worry. Sensei, I think we may have crossed into Earth country by accident. What? Asked the tall female sensei of Team 12. She had mid-length aquamarine hair, and wore the standard Konoha Junin outfit. Yeah, look here, sensei, about 6 miles back, we would have definitely crossed into Earth country. We should have taken this route instead. He said, pointing to a line on the map. Harumi-sensei, isn't it bad for us to be in Earth country unannounced? Asked Roku, who was now slightly worried. Iwagakure was not an allied village, and they very much did not like Konoha nin in any way. Kanagaki, they right, we really shouldn't be here then. Naruto said to the Junin. Earth country was the last place Konohagakure nin should be. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be here. A voice echoed out. You're trespassing in Earth country, and as an Iwa nin, I have a responsibility to stop any trespassers. But you guys are Konohagakure nin, and this is taken as an act of aggression. You are all sentenced to death. The large man now before them said. He was huge, just massively tall, and he was heavily armored. He wore the Iwagakure steam armor, with a furnace attached to the back. Aside from his red armor, he also wore a red kasa, that was made from the same material as his armor. Oh shit, Naruto said. That's Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. Also known as the Jinchuriki of the steam release. He had recognized the shinobi from the bingo book. Fuck, we are so fucked. No matter. You kids go, I'll deal with him while you run. No, Kanagaki, he'll bulldoze you before you have a chance. This guy fought through 2 wars. He's extremely strong. Naruto, take them and go. Ordered the Junin, as she drew her sword. She leapt towards the man, only for her eyes to widen in shock at his speed. The massive steaming Jinchuriki tore through the Junin, and left nothing but red paste behind. Sensei. yelled the twins, who in anger began to charge the brute man. No, don't, you'll die, yelled Naruto. He knew he needed to gather the team and get them out of there as quickly as possible. Come back, that's an order. He watched in horror as the massive Jinchuriki bulldozed the twins, killing one instantly, and when the other tried to crawl away, he stomped on the boy's neck. Han's crushing waves of killing intent washed over Naruto. He made Zabuza look like a genin. His killing intent was almost as great as the tailed beast he held. And here it was all focused on the blonde Chunin. Ryuko stared in shock. Roku, Aiko, she screamed. Come on Ryuko, we have to go. Right now. Ryuko. She began to run toward the dead twins. She had to try to save them. Ryuko. Please, come on. She had to try, they couldn't be dead. Her medical ninjutsu could save them, she knew it could. She didn't even register her boyfriend's desperate plea. Ryuko. Chapter 17. Ryuko. No, don't. The massive Jinchuriki turned toward the boy's girlfriend and Naruto knew what was about to happen. He drew from the Nine Tails chakra, and poured everything he had into a single body flicker. He appeared aside her just in time. Just in time to watch the bulky Jinchuriki punch his arm through the girl's chest. Blood burst out from around his forearm as it ripped straight through her with pure force alone. The boy collapsed to his knees as he watched the elder Jinchuriki withdraw his arm from his girlfriend's chest. He was in shock, completely catatonic, his chest hurt, this couldn't be happening. How could this happen? Your turn, brat. Naruto's expression was blank and he couldn't move his body at all. This is it for you, Konoha scum. Naruto couldn't think straight, he was stricken with grief and anger. How could she die? Why was he alone again? He wanted this man to pay. But what could he do against him? Come to me, boy. I can give you your revenge, we will kill him and destroy everything he loves. He will feel the pain you feel now. A deep voice echoed through his head. Naruto suddenly found himself in front of the Nine Tails cage. He felt so hollow. What was left for him at this point? What was he even doing all this time? It was all so useless. Come boy, remove this seal. I will take away all of your pain. You won't have to feel it anymore. Can you really make it all go away? Yes. Now rip away this accursed seal. Han was sweating hard. The last thing he had expected was for this boy to be a Jinchuriki, let alone that of the Nine Tails. This was bad. The boy was already up to the six-tailed form. The younger Jinchuriki was tossing him around like a rag doll. It was likely his beast had taken complete control of him. He didn't know if he could keep this up. Han was never one for using jutsu. He mostly used his boil release to bolster his taijutsu, however desperate times called for desperate measures. He channeled the chakra of the five tails, gathering as much as he could, and he ripped through hand seals. The other Jinchuriki was at 7 tails already. Earth style. Sandwich jutsu. Two enormous rock formations formed on either side of the rampaging Jinchuriki, closing in on it with tremendous force, and smashing the beast caught in between. Han sighed in relief as it crushed the enemy. He had been worried. His eyes went wide. No way. He thought, this is bad. The almost complete form of the Nine Tails ripped through the earth with a mighty roar. Fuck me, he said aloud, struck with fear and awe at the power of the nine-tailed fox. It had completely negated his most powerful jutsu, and it wasn't even at the full 9 yet. Naruto lifted his hand to the seal and began to pull. There was nothing left for him here. That Iwa Jinchuriki had just taken that from him. Remove the seal, boy. A hand caught his arm, and tossed him to the water a bit away from the cage. A figure landed in front of the boy, hand extended to help him up. Taking the hand, the boy stood with the assistance of the figure. He stared at the man, who he idly thought looked a lot like himself, before fully realizing exactly who it was. Fourth Hokage. The deceased Hokage looked back at him. I worked it into the seal, that I would appear in your psyche, if it ever unraveled to the point that you had sprouted the 8th tail. Truth be told, I'd hoped that it would never come to this, since I'd hoped to never have to see you again, 9 tails. The massive fox responded with a mighty roar as the man looked back at it, before he turned back to the boy. But then I was looking forward to seeing the young man that my son had now become. I guess it evens out. Fourth Hokage, come here, I'll tear you apart. The massive beast roared. Well, if that's the case, then I think I'll just stay over here. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Wait, why do you know my name? I know because I named you, because the truth is, you are my son. The boy began to laugh loudly, tears beginning to spring from his eyes. A massive roar interrupted the two. Fourth Hokage. He's still as rowdy as he was the day I sealed him. Let's go somewhere quieter, huh? The blonde man snapped his fingers, and he and the boy appeared in a clean, open area inside Naruto's psyche. Hiruzen didn't tell you much of anything, huh? If people had known you were my son, you'd have been in extreme danger. I had quite a lot of enemies. The man smiled lightly at the young man before him. Dad. Minato experienced a shooting pain expanding from his stomach as his son rammed his fist into his gut. Why? Why would you ever seal that damn thing inside of me? I'm your son. How could you? Do you even understand what kind of things I went through because of it? All of the villagers looked at me with contempt and fear. I couldn't make any friends. I just wanted people to accept me. Or at the very least not hate me. The boy was screaming now, tears falling down his face. Minato could see the pained expression that consumed his son. Then I met Iruka sensei. He taught me so much, he made me take my training seriously. I made friends with Sasuke and Kiba, even Shika and Choji. I was friends with most in my class. I even tied for Rookie of the Year with Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura, and I were all put on Team 7, under your student Kakashi. I was so happy. Then this group called the Akatsuki comes after me, and I find out they want the 9 tails. Now I have to deal with knowing I have a group of S-rank missing nin after me, and that puts everyone I love in danger. Minato couldn't help but feel his chest tighten at his son's words. Seeing what he had caused. He really was a shit father. He wished he could have done more. We've been at war with Otogakure, and I finally found a girlfriend. A girl actually liked me. And I liked her. I think I loved her. I was happy I could be on a mission with her. It was a routine patrol, but it ran along the Iwa border. And we ran into the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. We'd accidentally crossed the border, and he killed her team in seconds. And he killed her right in front of me. I watched her die, damn it. The boy ran his hands through his hair, showing the extreme mental stress he was experiencing, with such a simple movement. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I just lost my girlfriend. Minato held back a tear seeing his son like this. Naruto, how old are you now? I'm 15. Ah, I see, 15 already. It must have been hard for you. I'm sorry, my son. Though I suppose it's not worth much, me apologizing now. After everything I put you through. No, it's fine. After all, I'm the son of the 4th Hokage. I'll deal. Ya know, I'd had my suspicions, and I'd had these crazy ideas, that maybe you could be my dad. The one man I looked up to more than any other. But I'd always thought, that no, I couldn't be the son of someone so great. It's true, you are my son. Since you asked, I sealed half of the 9 tails inside you, because I believed you could either use the extra chakra, or maybe one day master its power. I did it because you're my son. Though, I suppose how you choose to be a ninja is up to you. Minato's face became serious. 15 years before now, when the 9 tails attacked the village, I learned something. A man orchestrated the whole thing. He was a formidable shinobi, he possessed the Rinnegan eye. I believe he will attack the leaf once again. Father. Was it the 9 tails or the man that killed Mom? Minato's eyes went wide. You know of your mother? That was the one thing old man Sarutobi told me about. I see, I suppose I have time. Not much but enough. The man with the Rinnegan, he had a jutsu to extract the 9 tails. Your mother, Kushina, she was the Jinchuriki before you were. He showed up and ripped it from her after your birth. He put the 9 tails under some sort of genjutsu. He is the mastermind behind the Akatsuki. Between keeping you and your mother safe, fighting him, and the 9 tails, I was stretched to thin. I couldn't do it all. I wasn't strong enough to protect our family. Your mother desperately wanted for me not to seal the beast inside you, as she knew what you would go through. But we had to save the village, and preserve the balance. For that I am sorry, Naruto. It makes me wonder why he chose to use the fox to attack. Maybe he wanted me out of the way, it's possible. Minato felt a pang in his heart, thinking of the way things might have been if he had been stronger. Minato looked at his son, sadness filling his eyes. I tried so hard just to protect you, but I failed. Because of my failure, you've lived this pain-filled life. I made a sacrifice, and forced a bigger sacrifice on you. Father? Yes? I forgive you. The boy smiled up at the man. I could never blame you for thinking of the village as your family. I want to protect it too. There's so much hate in this world. I want to fix that. But I've also seen what we are as people. And that to me means no matter what, the village and my family come first. I'd love to work with the other villages to find peace, but if they intend to hurt my family, my village, then I will have no choice but to stop them. I don't ever want to not be fast enough again. Minato smiled down at the boy. You have something important to protect, my son. As much as I also wanted peace, I too felt hate, and I killed without so much of a second thought. This is our life, and I trust you to forge ahead, Naruto. Minato placed his hand upon his son's head. I entrust the will of fire to you, kiddo. Be the next step in finding peace, even if you cannot find it yourself. I know you can protect the village and all of your loved ones. You think I can protect them all? Do you think I can be that strong? Minato ruffled the boy's hair, smiling down at him. Of course I do. I believe in you completely. It's a parent's duty to have unconditional faith in their child. The older blonde pulled his hand away, seeing it start to fade. I have to go now, Naruto. My chakra is beginning to fade. No, you can't go yet. The elder man smiled. I'll rebuild the seal now, but this will be the last time I can. Steel your will. And be strong, my son. I believe in you. I love you, and so does your mother. Forever and always, my son. The boy cried again, smiling at his father. I love you too, Dad. If you can, tell Mom the same. Of course if I can I will, and Naruto. Tell Jiraiya-sensei to take you to my northern safe house. You said you don't ever want to not be fast enough again, so that place holds that variability, son. And with that Minato faded away, and Naruto steeled his resolve once more. Northern safe house, got it. Goodbye, father, Naruto said aloud. His eyes snapped open, seeing the five tails Jinchuriki crouched before him, exhaustion evident in his body language. The man craned his neck to look at the blonde. I hate you. I hate you with every fiber of my being, Han. The Jinchuriki of the steam release. But I won't take revenge. That's not who I am. However, if you ever attack Konohagakure or my fellow Konoha shinobi again, I won't hesitate to strike you down. He walked away from the man, following the route of destruction he had caused when in his Jinchuriki state. He found the location of the original ambush. He sealed away the bodies of the Junin and the twins in a scroll. At least he could take their bodies back for a proper funeral. He then turned to the lifeless body of his girlfriend. He crouched before her, staring blankly at her limo form. She was dead. It hurt, a lot. He was still so mad. But this wasn't the time and he was still in enemy territory. I'm sorry, Ryuko. I wasn't strong enough. More than that, I wasn't fast enough. He cried silently for a few moments before picking her up bridal style and looking to the sky. I'm sorry, Ryuko. With that Naruto was gone. Rapidly flickering back to grass country and later Konohagakure, her body held gently in his arms. Kotetsu and Izumo were currently playing a card game, trying to pass the time during their gate guard duty. They suddenly heard heavy, shaking breathing, and Izumo stood to check it out. As he exited the guard shack, he was greeted with the sight of a physically exhausted Naruto, covered in blood, and holding a girl in his arms. Naruto, are you okay? Kotetsu, go get help. Right, yelled the second Chunin, flickering off. Izumo ran over, as Naruto collapsed to his knees. Naruto, what happened? Naruto looked up at the Chunin slowly. Izumo took in the sight of the exhaustion gripping the boy's face. The red puffy eyes from what must have been a day's worth of crying. The sadness and guilt was evident in the boy's expression. I wasn't, he said, choking in a sob. Along the way home, having so much time alone to his own thoughts, even the reassurance Minato had placed in him couldn't keep the boy from turning into an emotional wreck. I wasn't fast enough. He began to fully sob for about a minute, before the exhaustion caught up with him, and the boy passed out. Naruto had been in the hospital for 2 weeks. After he had given his report on the events of the mission, he had locked himself down completely. He'd left everything about his father and the Nine Tails out. The boy had simply said that after she died he had blacked out. He hadn't spoken since. He couldn't stop thinking about how he could have saved her, how he could have been faster. She plagued his dreams, so he barely slept. He hadn't been eating other than the food Tsunade literally had to force him to consume. A knock at the door moved Naruto's empty, blank gaze from the ceiling to the door. The door handle turned, and Iruka walked in. Naruto? The boy stared at his first mentor blankly. The The scarred Chunin approached the bed and sat beside it. How about we go get a bowl of ramen? My treat? Sensei, he spoke for the first time in 2 weeks. His voice was a raspy, jumbled mess. Why do we form bonds, if it hurts this much when they break? Naruto? The scarred man had no answer. The boy lay still. His eyes shifted back to the ceiling, and the only thing he could see was her, with a massive hole through the chest. The twisting and pain inside his stomach from the thought was almost unbearable. Naruto, you can't stay in here forever. It's so unlike you to sit here like this. Is this what Ryuko would want you to do? Of course not, but I can't move myself. Even when a small part of me says, hey, get up, I can't. I feel like my will is broken. Iruka sat the boy up in his bed, before turning around in the gesture of offering a piggyback ride. Here, get on. For today I will be your will, Naruto. The blonde stared at his sensei a moment before he nodded solemnly. He slowly and sluggishly climbed onto Iruka's back. Ramen, he whispered. Of course. After they ate in silence, Naruto asked Iruka to take him to Ryuko's home. It would be foreclosed soon enough, considering her death, but he wanted to stay just a little while. As the Chunin set Naruto in a chair in the kitchen, he began to make tea. Naruto, what happened? The man finally asked. Immediately Naruto's eyes darkened in sadness. I wasn't fast enough, Iruka-sensei. She died and I watched from mere inches away. I couldn't stop it. I gave everything I had, to be as fast as I could, and I was still too slow. He immediately broke down into a full sobbing mess. He could barely even stay seated. Iruka quickly ran over and caught the boy as he fell from his seat. Naruto, it's all right, it'll be okay. The man said as Naruto buried his face in Iruka's Chunin vest and sobbed. It'll be all right, I promise. I know it hurts, but eventually that pain fades, and it may always hurt, but you can't let it overtake you. Why, yeah. The boy stuttered out through sobs. Eventually the boy fell asleep as his surrogate brother, father, first friend held him. Iruka picked the boy up and carried him up the stairs, laying him in the bed. Iruka had placed a blanket over the boy and made his way downstairs. He drank a cup of tea, hanging around to see if Naruto awoke. Once he was confident the boy would remain asleep, he made his way to the door. Kakashi can speak to him on a much more personal level when it comes to this. As much as I want to help, this might be something only Kakashi can do. He thought as he left the house. The next day, around 12 o'clock, Naruto awoke to the smell of bacon and eggs. He shot up in bed. It couldn't be Ryuko, he thought, as he bolted down the stairs into the kitchen, only to find his sensei standing there, fresh bacon and eggs cooked and set out on the table. Even a freshly made pot of coffee was ready. Naruto, have a seat. Yeah, he said, sitting at the table. I heard all about it. And I read the report. Naruto, you can't keep yourself locked up in here. It's not even your own house. This is all I have. Her smell is here. Our memories are here. I just want her to be here. I just want her back. Naruto, in this lifestyle, in the shinobi world, you're going to watch a lot of comrades die. Kakashi, I can't stop seeing her. The image of that man's hand through her fucking chest is burned into my mind. When I dream I see her, except she turns her head, and she asks me why I didn't save her. Why wasn't I better? I'm supposed to be a skilled shinobi, I'm supposed to be fast, so what the fuck is wrong with me? He said through gritted teeth as his emotions took hold, and his anger bubbled to the surface. Why? Why was it her? Why did she have to die? It should have been me. She was special. She was perfect. Why her? He screamed, standing quickly and slamming his hand into the table. Naruto, do you know why I stand at that memorial stone every day? No, sensei. Minato sensei, his team, my team. We were the generation of Team 7 that came before you. Kakashi said with a sigh, as he set a cup of coffee before Naruto. He sat at the table across from the boy and continued. I had a friend named Obito Uchiha. He was a lot like the younger you. He wanted to be Hokage. He was loud and brash, and a total idiot. But like you, he cared immensely for his friends. Me, I was a lot like Sasuke. I was cold to those around me. I thought that, to be a shinobi meant to follow the rules. Kakashi explained. Naruto stared intently at the man. He was now fully absorbed in the white-haired Junin's story. Kakashi sighed and looked down before he continued. Obito taught me that phrase I told you when you became genin. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. I'm sorry sensei, but I don't get where you're going with this. I'm getting there. Be patient please, Naruto. Anyway, Obito died the same day he taught me that. My first and best friend died because I wasn't strong enough, and if I hadn't been so self-absorbed with the rules, he would still be around. I wish he could be the one to train you. Not me, but I made one promise to Obito when he died. I would protect our teammate Rin. I've never met her, so I'd assume that. Yeah, you're right. But, you see Naruto, I killed Rin. Naruto's eyes, which had been locked on the cup of coffee in front of him, shot up to stare at Kakashi. With Obito's eye, I watched as my hand burst from her chest, the same way you watched Ryuko. The masked Junin explained the whole mission to the blonde, all the details of Rin's death. But it's not your fault sensei. Just like it isn't yours. Naruto made to argue, but he realized his sensei was right. He had just put himself through all of the pain he had gone through as a child, just to prove a point to Naruto. So, I'm guessing you knew? Knew what Naruto? About my dad. He was your sensei after all. Upon hearing the words leave the boy's mouth, Kakashi's lone eye widened in surprise. How? How did you find out? It's a long story. I'll tell you, but I ask you keep it a secret from the Hokage. I'm dealing with enough right now. I promise I'll tell Jiraiya-sensei soon and have him tell her. Alright then kiddo, I promise. The Junin said, and Naruto began to fill him in about meeting his father. He left out the parts about the man with the Rinnegan. I see. I'm glad he got to meet you Naruto. He loved you very much. Kakashi said, staring at the table a moment. I told Lord Third that the only way I would take a genin team was if you were on it. I wanted to train you, the same way sensei trained me. A long pause filled the room, the student and teacher sitting in silence before Naruto spoke. Sensei, yeah? What does it mean? What does it mean to be a shinobi? To be a shinobi huh? Kakashi stood, walking to the kitchen window. He stared out at the midday sun. A shinobi is one who endures. I don't know why I haven't given up. But Obito would never forgive me if I did. And I'm sure Ryuko wouldn't be too happy if you did either, Naruto. Sensei, thank you. Of course. If you ever need to talk Naruto, you know where to find me. Yes sir. And with that Kakashi was gone, leaving Naruto alone to his thoughts. Eventually he cleaned the house up. He collected all of his things and put his gear on. As he left the building, he closed the door to the house for the last time. He took his things and dropped them at his home before heading to the training ground. One who endures huh? He thought it himself, never again will I not be fast enough. I will become the fastest shinobi on this planet. He quickly began training his body flicker. He would make it as fast as possible. And once he did that, he would finish the resistance seals, and he would make his physical speed second to none. Anyone who walked by this training ground over the course of the next month would be greeted by a blonde boy disappearing and reappearing all around the clearing. He moved almost non-stop, training all day until he dropped. When he awoke he would start anew. At the end of his month, his resistance seals had him to the point that if released he was on par with Fifth Gate Lee. The only problem was Naruto had completely thrown himself into his training. He hardly slept and was just going non-stop. Finally one of his friends had decided to take action. She couldn't stand this anymore. She was sad over Ryuko's death as well, but she knew the boy blamed himself. Naruto. Hey, stop for a minute. I've got to get fast. Shut up. Come here and listen. Fine, he said appearing before the girl, staring into her red eyes. Naruto. It's not your fault. Rika, I wasn't fast anew. He was cut off immediately by a loud echoing slap. She grabbed him and hugged him. I miss her too, she was my best friend. But it's not your fault. Rika said, tears welling up in her eyes. If I'd have been Foz. Once again Naruto found himself cut off by a slap. Shut up. She chose to be a ninja, she chose to try to save the twins. And she chose you. And she would never want you to destroy yourself like this Naruto. You can't keep this up, it's literally stupid. Rika, are you stupid? Huh? He asked, that had caught him off guard. Are you stupid? She said looking him in the eyes. Ryuko wouldn't want to see you doing this to yourself. If she was here, right now, she would tell you the same things I'm saying. Forgive yourself Naruto. Forgive yourself and move forward. Naruto looked to the ground in shame, he knew she was right. His father had told him to steel his will. And now, Rika, Iruka, and Kakashi were all telling him the same thing. It was time to move forward. Thank you, Rika. Of course. Now I have a mission, so go home and sleep, eat, and for Kami's sake take a shower. You smell, she said laughing as she walked away. Later that night, Rika stopped by Naruto's apartment to check up on him. She still had Ryuko's spare key. She had planned to return it, but she heard screaming from inside the house. In moments, the girl had the door opened and was trying to find the source. Ryuko. Ryuko, please. Please don't go. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. The screaming was loud, and coming from the bedroom. Rika quickly ran in, and what she saw saddened her. Her heart hurt from the loss of her best friend. And now her heart hurt for the poor boy she was currently looking at. Naruto was kicking and thrashing in his bed. It was clear a strong nightmare had a grip on his mind. He screamed her name, and cursed everything he could. She was very surprised such a nightmare hadn't woken him up. But she guessed from his lack of sleep, his body was too exhausted to wake. She quickly jumped atop his bed. She straddled him and grabbed his face. Naruto. Naruto. Wake up. It's a nightmare. It's not real. The boy continued to thrash and scream, and she saw no other choice. With one hand, Rika firmly grasped the side of his face, and with the other, she delivered a slap that would make Sakura proud. Naruto. Wake up. It's okay. He shot up into a sitting position, almost head-butting the brunette in the process. Ryuko. One more mighty scream split the evening, before the boy was fully back to the real world. His gaze shifted to the girl that sat atop him, and a stunned expression filled his face. Ka? He questioned. At this moment the girl took notice of his physical condition. The boy was drenched in sweat, and shivers and shakes racked his body. He gasped for breath, the terror of reliving the worst day of his life still evident in his eyes. She quickly wrapped her arms around his head, and pulled him into her chest. It's gonna be okay, honey. Everything will be okay. One hand began to slowly pet his head. I can't stop, he said, sobs beginning to break through him. I can't stop seeing her. She keeps asking me why I didn't save her. I wanted to save her so bad, Rika, I tried. She's always there when I close my eyes. At this point he had broken into a complete sobbing mess. It's okay, Naruto, you'll be okay, she said as she continued to run her fingers through his hair. Eventually the boy had fallen back asleep, and Rika left the small apartment, sad thoughts plaguing her mind. A few days later, Naruto had just stepped out of the shower when he sensed it. That's not possible, he's not due back for another month, he thought, before Jiraiya appeared in his window. Hey brat, Jiraiya-sensei? In the flesh. Why are you back? I came when I heard what happened, the sage said solemnly. Oh, yeah, say brat, why don't we go grab a bite to eat? Alright. Ichiraku Ramen currently held master and apprentice as they conversed about Naruto's disaster mission. Wait, what? Did you just say the seal broke? Jiraiya-sensei, I met my father. You met him? You met Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash of Konoha. Yes. He repaired the seal, and told me a bunch of stuff. Naruto then proceeded to explain the whole story of meeting his father to the Sannin, Nagato. That sure sounds like you, but I thought you had died, I'll have to tell Naruto about you later. The Sannin thought to himself. I see. Naruto. I know I wasn't there when you were little, but I'm your godfather. You are my godfather? Yep. You're a dick, Naruto said laughing. You know I gave you Gama-chan, right? Your frog wallet? Wait, what? That was you? Indeed it was. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Say sensei? Jiraiya turned his gaze to the boy smiling. What is it? Can we go on that trip now? I don't want to wait. Jiraiya grinned widely before letting out a loud chuckle. Of course we can. Now that's the guts I expect from you. Oh, Naruto said, smacking his fist into his palm. I almost forgot. Dad said to take me to the northern safe house. Also, I left that out of my report. Could you tell Tsunade for me? I guess. And oh yeah, I have a map of all of those safe houses, so it should be easy enough to find. Alright, let's get going, the large man said, laughing before he stood, laying money on the table. Yes sir. About 15 minutes later found the Sannin and the boy standing outside a smallish shack on the outskirts of Konohagakure. Unknown to both shinobi, this was one of the Fourth's most important and well-secured safe houses. Jiraiya stepped forward to the door, and when he attempted to open it he was pushed away by a barrier. Shit. Minato liked to use barriers for locking buildings. Jiraiya stood in thought, but Naruto had began to investigate the barrier, finding a sealing formula applied beside the door. Jiraiya, it's a level 6, high-grade barrier seal. I read about it in the book you said Dad helped you write. It takes familiar chakra or blood to open. I can open it, he said, immediately weaving a few hand signs and pushing his chakra into the seal. Wait, Naruto, you don't know. He was cut off when the barrier fell and an audible click of the door unlocking was heard. Man, Dad sure was good with seals, to set it up that the door would unlock if the barrier was turned off properly. Naruto thought. As they walked in, they were met with a decently large room. A large desk on one side, with a bed beside it. The desk's shelves and drawers were filled with books and scrolls. On another side of the room was a set of 3 shelves, with 3 large bags on each one. To complete it all, dangling from a piece of rope attached to the ceiling, was a singular tri-pronged kunai. Naruto, why exactly did Minato want me to take you here? I told him I never want to not be fast enough again. And he said the best answer to that problem lies here. Why, sensei? Well, I just remembered exactly what this specific safe house is for. This is where Minato stored most of his notes, technique books, and kunai. All of it for the flying Raijin jutsu. Jiraiya sighed. So you want him to learn it then, Minato? Hey, the Nidaime Kiroi's Senko, or the second Yellow Flash. He'll make a great successor to your legacy. Wait, you mean the flying Raijin? As in the one that made him famous as the Yellow Flash? Naruto asked, shock overtaking him. That's the one, kid. It seems your dad is leaving this jutsu to you. Once you master this, well, I've no doubt you will be the fastest shinobi in the world. Jiraiya said, his voice now fully serious. Dad is entrusting all of this to me? Naruto asked in wonder. Naruto, this isn't going to be easy. This will take everything you've got, if you want to master it. I'll help you all I can, but even I only helped Minato learn to use it in combat. The complex chakra and seal theory that goes into this jutsu is ridiculous. Don't do this unless you're ready to give it everything you've got. Jiraiya sensei, I'm sure. I will master this, and I will be the fastest shinobi in the world. Alright then. Now Naruto, when Minato finally somehow convinced Sarutobi sensei to let him have access to the second Hokage's jutsu, it took him 5 years to master. So just don't expect it to go quickly. I won't, sensei. Now want to help me gather what I need from here so he can bring it along? The young man asked. Yeah, but first here. Jiraiya said, pulling his scroll from his back. He made a hand sign, and in a puff of smoke, a scroll just as big as the one it came out of popped into existence. He pulled it open and motioned for Naruto to come closer. This is where we will seal all of this gear for storage. You will carry this scroll on your back during the duration of our trip. You will not, under any circumstance, let this out of your sight. Got it? Yes, sensei. Naruto said, serious tone completely overtaking him. Good, now let's get to collecting. The sage said. The two moved around the small shack for hours collecting every bit of information pertaining to the flying Raijin. They collected over 200 scrolls full of notes on the theory behind the jutsu alone. Another 100 scrolls were collected that contained notes on the execution of the jutsu. 50 more scrolls were found on how the jutsu was incorporated into the hummingbird fist, and on multiple techniques Minato had named specifically, most used in conjunction with the Rasengan. Another 10 scrolls were found on space-time sealing theory. Those would be the building blocks to start with, and Naruto would have to become much more adept in sealing jutsu in the future. There was a long path to walk, and Naruto was ready to take the first step. The final things they collected were the 9 bags on the shelves. Inside each bag were a set of 10 scrolls. Each scroll contained 12 of the inscribed tri-pronged kunai. Although, the last bag had the same number of scrolls and kunai, but the kunai did not have the flying Raijin marker. These were left over from Minato's training. They had been used to get him adjusted to the heavier weight and longer blade they possessed. Naruto would replace his entire kunai arsenal with these, and Jiraiya ordered him to collect all of his kunai after a battle if possible. With that, they were finished cleaning the place out. They sealed it up once again, leaving an empty shack with only a bed and a desk. As well as a lone kunai, rocking slightly on a rope attached to the ceiling. Chapter 18. Rika, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Sakura stood before Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade was there as well, to see off her favorite brat and the stupid pervert. A common thought was running through the heads of the ninja seeing them off. Naruto sure looks a bit more serious. His smile was still as bright as ever, but there was something about him that was gone. It had died with Ryuko and would never return. Naruto had seen the true nature of the shinobi world, and it had forced his mind to grow up and accept it. He stood before the group, black shinobi pants sagged almost like Kakashi's, Chunin vest unzipped, and swaying gently in the wind. A massive scroll the size of Jiraiya's strapped to his back. "I'll be a lot stronger when I get back. So you guys train hard too," he said to them. "Obviously we will," Kiba shouted. "TCH. Sounds like a drag to me." Shikamaru spoke out against the idea. "I'll be a lot stronger when you get back, Naruto," said Sakura. "Write me a letter every month," Rika said blankly. She and Naruto had bonded over the loss of Ryuko, and they had spent some time together right before Jiraiya arrived. She was one of his closest friends as of now. He kind of let everything out when he talked to her, so she knew almost everything about him. She still had that bland and monotone outer personality that made her who she was. But she was a lot more when you looked deeper. Naruto was honestly interested in trying to figure out how to get her out of her shell more. "Of course, I'll make sure to write. Jiraiya, I want monthly status reports as well. Be ready for any missions I may send you as well. The war is still technically ongoing." "Yes, ma'am," he replied, as Tsunade had a look promising pain if he disobeyed her order. "And Naruto, you try not to get into too much trouble, and be safe." "I will, Lady Hokage," he said, addressing her with seriousness, but you could see the bright smile on his face as he said it. "Well, we need to get going then," said the sage. "Bye everyone, see ya in 3 years." Naruto called as he walked off into the horizon with the Toad Sage. The only one who knew of Naruto's new jutsu project was Tsunade. It was an important secret to keep, that all the secrets behind the flying Raijin would be traveling the elemental nations. "Oi, sensei?" Naruto asked, looking over a scroll on space-time theory. "What's up, brat?" Jiraiya asked as he slurped up a large bowl of noodles. "Summoning jutsu is just a low-scale space-time jutsu, isn't it?" Yeah, I guess it is. Space-time theory is wild. There's so much to pore over," Naruto said, standing and forming 4 shadow clones. "All of you study this until it's carved into your brain, then dispel." "Sensei, mind sparring with me? I'd like to get more practice with the new kunai." "Geez, we've only been gone a week, brat. No need to rush, but I suppose we can." A few weeks later found the two outside of a small village on the border of wind and fire country. Naruto was walking beside Jiraiya, examining one of the marked kunai. "So believe it or not, sensei, father packed a genius amount of sealing formula onto this kunai. The kanji reads, Sword of Love and Endurance. But each kanji is actually the container for a separate jutsu formula. He has notes in one of the scrolls detailing Lord Tobirama's original jutsu formula. The extra work Dad put into his formula allowed him to eventually create the Flying Raijin, second step. That's pretty impressive, kid. How'd you figure that all out?" "I've been slowly dissecting each formula to try to better understand it. The first kanji contains a formula pertaining to speed. The second has formula for space, the third having formula for time. The fourth is where I'm running into trouble," Naruto said, his face scrunched up in thought. "What's the issue?" the sage questioned. "I can't figure out what the formula does. It'll have to wait for last, I guess. I'll focus on dissecting and unraveling the first 3, he said, giving out a sigh. A toad popped into existence on Jiraiya's scroll. "Hey dudes, got a message from your Hokage for ya," the small green toad said. "See ya," he said, disappearing after handing the sage a scroll. "Heads up, Naruto, you've got a quick solo mission." "Huh? Already?" the boy questioned. "We're out in the field already, which means any time a mission is requested and we are nearby, if we can do it without it getting in the way of something important, then we have to do it. But in this case we, is you," the white-haired man explained. "I see, I guess that makes sense. What's the op?" "Eliminating a rogue Chunin. He left the village about 5 years ago, and is on the run still, but he was sighted in a nearby village, hanging around with a group of mercenaries." "Name? Ichiro, no family name. Threat level? Just AC rank nin, you won't have trouble," the Sannin said. "Got a picture?" Naruto asked. The Sannin responded by handing the boy a photo. He was a simple, black-haired male with a scar across his right cheek. It was rather large, so it would be a defining trait, and help Naruto find him much easier. I'll be back, sensei. Meet me in Niba village in 4 days, Brad. We're gonna do some serious training in the fields there. Got it. Naruto stood atop a building in a small village. He was crouched low, watching over a group of mercenaries that had congregated in a warehouse. A large percentage of the men were drunk, and they stood around talking amongst themselves. Black hair, check. Deep scar on right cheek, check. Must be my guy, Naruto thought to himself. Now he had to figure out how exactly he planned on getting to this guy. He was one of the few that wasn't plastered, so he would be more alert. There were only 30 or so guys. All non-shinobi except for his target. Naruto decided speed and stealth were his best options. He body flickered himself behind the first drunken group. 5 men collapsed but were caught and carried away by 5 shadow clones. A second body flicker took him to a pair of mercs. Drunkenly swaying beside a fire, both passed out on their own, falling to the ground in a drunken stupor. Well, that was easy, he thought. He then took out 4 guys who were sober. They had been patrolling around, so he knocked them out and hid them away. The rest seemed to be all gathered into their makeshift mess hall. I wonder, maybe if I wait, this guy will split off from the others for a bit. The blonde shinobi thought to himself. So Naruto settled on waiting a few minutes, and sure enough, the missing nin left the warehouse. He stepped outside and took a piss, and as soon as he zipped up his pants, Naruto appeared beside him. The man's eyes widened as he moved to grab a kunai. Unfortunately for the nin, his throat was cut before his hand reached his holster. Naruto looked at the man sadly for a moment, before reining his emotions in and disappearing into the night. 6 months later, Naruto had made slow progress with the flying Raijin, but still hadn't fully cracked all the theory behind the 4 formulas. His training with Jiraiya had been coming along nicely. His chakra control was now leagues above what it had been. He had finally been able to up the amount of times he could use his kunai substitution. As it had turned out, Minato's kunai were all made of chakra-conducting metal, meaning Naruto could coat them in wind chakra to make them sharper. But the real advantage of this had been that if he channeled a small bit of chakra into one before he threw it, the amount of wasted chakra dispersed from him was lowered. This meant that the damage the chakra slamming into his chakra coils caused was lowered by half. His recovery time after hitting his limit was also lessened. He now only needed to get actual rest over an 8-hour period. With 16 opportunities, if he played his cards right, he was actually able to push the Sannin to be serious during a spar. His main goal now was to beat the man. Jiraiya and Naruto had made a bet one night after an argument. If Naruto could best Jiraiya in a spar before the 1.5-year mark of their trip, Jiraiya would refocus his writing. He would put a halt on work for his written porn, as Naruto had called it, and start a new book like The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Naruto was determined to win. He had read Jiraiya's first novel and fallen in love with the book. The Toad Sage had later told him of how it had inspired Minato and Kushina to name him after the main character. Many times along their journey, they would set up camp, as they were too far from a town and were in no hurry. These nights by the campfire were spent with Jiraiya recalling stories of training Minato, and stories about his mother and father together. I'm serious, kid, Minato was terrible at naming jutsu. No, there's no way that the Fourth Hokage, my dad, would ever come up with stupid, lame, or long names for jutsu. Naruto shouted with a laugh. He pointed his finger at the sage accusingly, before shaking his head wildly in the negative. Not possible. I'm serious. How about this? He had a technique named Rosin Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 3. How is that not lame, and way too long? Are you kidding me? That's a super awesome name. The young man yelled at the Sannin. Jiraiya simply laughed loudly in response, and soon Naruto joined him. So it seems he will most likely have the same weird way of naming jutsu. Like father like son, they say. The Sannin thought to himself. Soon though, the elder male realized the boy had gone silent. He turned to the blonde, and saw the sadness and self-doubt radiating off his facial expression. Naruto, what's wrong? Sensei. How do we not hate? When someone takes something precious from us, how can I possibly hope to not want to take revenge on them? I hate that Jinchuriki Han with every fiber of my being. If I see him again, I just don't know what I would do. The blonde said, his fists clenched at his side. It's well known that I've been in love with Tsunade all my life. Although I did, just once, love another woman. During the Third World War, I was deployed alongside some of Tsunade's forces in the Land of Stone to combat Iwa. Anyway, during all of this, Kirigakure tried to flank through the Land of Rivers to attack Konoha. A group of Suna nin accompanied me to support our forces against them. Jiraiya said in remembrance. He sighed sadly, before giving a sad smile to Naruto. I met a Suna kunoichi named Miku. Boy, let me tell you, was she beautiful. She was an incredible woman. An extremely skilled fighter, probably one of the best. Anyway, her and I were split from our forces for over 6 weeks. We had to fight together against a lot of enemy shinobi to survive. It was harsh, and in that harsh environment blossomed love. The sage glanced from the fire, to see Naruto staring intently. How long were you together, like as lovers? The boy asked suddenly before Jiraiya could continue. 4 of those 6 weeks were spent together, and we were together for another 3 months as well. What happened? The blonde questioned sadly. After the 3rd month, she was redeployed to the Iwa front. I got word 2 weeks later that Iwa shinobi had captured, tortured, and killed her. Naruto's eyes shot from the ground to the Sannin. What did you do? He asked quietly. Silence settled over their camp, and Jiraiya stared into the fire for a few minutes. Finally he answered his student's question. I tracked down the shinobi, I found their camp, and I slaughtered them all. You slaughtered them? Yup, every last one. None of them even had a chance. And after I was done, I stood amidst the bodies and blood. And then I fell to my knees and wept. Because not only had I just lost my lover, but I had just killed so many nin. Maybe they had families, someone waiting for them at home. Naruto stared at the flames for a while. They sat in silence, before the Sannin slapped his hands on his knees and said, Well, why don't we get to bed, huh? Oh yeah, it is pretty late. Naruto said, moving to his bed, as Jiraiya did the same. But the Sannin looked to Naruto one last time. I know that you will have to forge your own path, and follow your own ideals. But Naruto, if there ever comes a time when you find yourself in the same sort of situation I was, don't take revenge. It's not worth it. I can't make you any promises, Jiraiya-sensei, but what I can promise is that when I become Hokage, I will do everything I can to make peace with the other villages, no matter what grudges I may hold. Naruto said. He had started off shakily, but as he went along, determination filled his voice. The older male laughed loudly, smiling at the boy, before he walked over to him and ruffled his hair. You know, I'm really happy I made you my student. Training trip month 11. Jiraiya-sensei, let's have a match. The blonde said to his master, loosening his body into a fighting stance. He stood before the sage, unmarked tribe prong in hand. One foot firmly placed on the ground, the left bent at the knee, resting lightly on its toes. Think you can keep up? Brat, you're still about 10 years too early to challenge me. We'll see about that, sensei. Now, come, have it your way. The sage responded with a chuckle. Jiraiya sped across the field, grass swaying as he rushed by. He slammed into the blonde knee first, which sent him flying, but he turned into a log. Jiraiya quickly flipped around, as the boy appeared behind him in a handstand. His leg spun around, aiming for the sage's head. The Sannin caught the offending appendage, hurling the boy away, only to hear a thunk next to him. When he looked at the boy he had just thrown, the blonde smirked. A kunai appeared where he had been, and Naruto landed his first blow on Jiraiya in weeks. His fist impacted the side of the older male, shooting him back slightly. Unfortunately for Naruto, he himself caught a leg in the chest. It's great that you can use that to hit your opponent, but don't ever attack when it will leave you open, unless you have no other option. The sage cautioned. Right, the blonde replied, launching back at the man. The elder struck out with a punch, which the boy caught. He quickly rolled over the man's back, coming down the opposite side with a kick to the ribs, which was blocked and tossed away. The old man stuck out with a kick that sent the boy into the air. His eyes widened when a clone came into existence behind the boy, catching him, and slinging him back at the Sannin. Naruto came in with a heel drop, the elder man sliding out of the way. The boy body flickered into existence beside the man, pressing his attack. He landed his second blow this match in the man's lower back. The Sannin skidded away a few feet, before he opened his mouth and spoke. My turn. The sage launched across the field and caught Naruto by the coat, hurling him into the air. The boy righted his body, only to be hit in the chest by Jiraiya's knee. Oof! Naruto gasped as the air was forced out of him. The Sannin swung his leg around intent on hitting the boy in the ribs, only to kick away a kunai. The man leapt back, knowing that kunai could become an experienced blonde ninja at any moment. Over here, came a yell, and as the white-haired man spun around he saw 10 shadow clones staring him down. Let's go, one called, the group charging toward the teacher. Hair needle senbon, the sage called, hundreds of needles shooting from him dispersing the clones before they could do anything. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A large ball of fire burned through the remaining senbon, barreling its way toward the Sannin. Water style. Water wall. Yelled the larger male. His eyes widened when a massive Fuma shuriken came bursting from the water wall. He smirked, jumping over it before hearing a pop behind him. He turned quickly, and was met with a blonde, who hurled a handful of kunai at him. He quickly deflected these, only to hear the impact of 3 new kunai, thrown from behind him. One landed directly to his rear, the other 2 landing at his sides. He spun around quickly, only to watch all 3 disappear, as 3 blondes appeared in their place. The 3 boys kicked him into the air, before throwing 2 kunai at him. One came dangerously close to Jiraiya, while the other flew past his head. The closest knife disappeared, a blonde taking its place, who landed a harsh kick to the Sannin's midsection. He flew farther back into the air, only to be sent to the ground by a heel drop. The sage impacted the ground, and Naruto smirked. He then face-faulted as he watched Jiraiya disappear in a puff of smoke. The boy's shoulders sank, before he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Not bad, kiddo. Not only did you manage to take one of Minato's techniques and make it work with your little trick, but you also managed to beat one of my clones. Thank you, sensei, but how am I ever going to beat you, if it takes so much just to beat your clone? Naruto, even you can't expect to progress too fast. You may have a cheat, and you're damn sure a prodigy, but things take time. We've been gone almost a year, and you've already improved by leaps and bounds. Be proud of your progress, and don't rush too much. The man advised. I know you're right, but how can I ever hope to reach Dad's level? Naruto, when you have those resistance seals released, and you combine them with your kunai trick, and your body flicker, I'd say you're already on par with speed of the likes of Shisui of the body flicker, and I bet you could even give Kakashi a run for his money. But with that speed, you need experience. No matter how fast you are, inexperience will still get you killed. There's going to be a point in this trip where you're probably going to be the best you can be speed-wise until you fully unravel the flying Raijin. And at that point the only ways you'll have of getting strong will be spreading out your ninjutsu arsenal, and gaining a lot of experience. The sage explained. He sighed and ruffled the boy's hair. Kiddo, I've watched strong ninja with tons of jutsu and huge amounts of skill fall to ninja who have nowhere near as much to work with. The reason they win is because they usually have years of experience over the enemy. I'm sorry, you're right, sensei. Of course I am. Now, how about we go get something to eat? The elder asked, and the boy simply smiled in response. Elapsed time since departure from Konohagakure, 1 year and 6 months. Naruto, come here. Yes, sensei. The boy appeared beside the Sannin, who had a toad perched upon his head, and a scroll in his hand. We have a mission, kiddo. What's the job? A platoon of Suna shinobi have encountered a large amount of Auto shinobi on the border of Wind Country and River Country. They're pinned down, and we're closest. There's a high chance that if there is that many enemy nin, Orochimaru could be there. The sage briefed the boy. Alright, let's go then. When Jiraiya and his apprentice arrived at the rendezvous point, they were met by 2 Suna Junin. Lord Jiraiya, pleasure to meet you. My name is Tabuchi Hisato. Nice to meet you too. What have you got for us? Our platoon was on its way to one of our outposts on the border of River Country. Long story short, we encountered and engaged a group of Auto shinobi, only to be met with at least an entire company of enemy nin. I see. That is strange, especially all this way from Sound Country. The sage replied. So then, what do you need us to do? The platoon is pinned down in a canyon. The only shinobi we have as backup are me and my partner. That's why we called for reinforcements. We need you to liberate our platoon, and then we can find and assault the enemy's compound. The Suna Junin explained. Sounds reasonable. Alright, show me the layout of this canyon. Also, if he's still alive after this battle, You should strip the idiot who lead your platoon into a damn canyon and a prime ambush position of his rank. The Sannin said. He couldn't believe they had managed to get an entire platoon stuck in a canyon. The Suna Junin explained to the two Konoha shinobi that the canyon was only carved about 60 feet into the ground. On one end where it opened up slightly more, the Suna platoon was pinned. Around it, along the ledges above them, and in the canyon directly in front, sat the Auto Nin. There were only about 2 platoons of Auto Nin now, the rest having pulled back to wherever they had come from. Naruto, what do you think? The Sannin asked the boy. Let's take a closer look. Lead us there please, he said to the Suna Junin. The 4 shinobi found themselves on a rocky outcrop, a few hundred yards away from the beginning of the canyon, where the Suna Nin were pinned. Naruto had placed his finger to the ground and began counting aloud as soon as they had arrived. The Suna Junin had stared at the blonde in confusion. When he looked to the sage for answers, the white-haired man just smiled. I count 80 enemy nin sensei. The good news is most of the Suna Nin are still alive. Maybe not for long, but they are still alive. The blonde reported. Good, so what do you suggest? The sage asked his apprentice. He knew the only way to truly make the boy better was to give him as much experience as he possibly could. Around the ledges atop the canyon, there's only 10 nin. The rest are based in the canyon. I'll take care of the 10. I should be able to do it with 5 kunai, they are based in pairs of 2. That will also leave me with 11 chances left. The blonde explained to his sensei. While he had laid out a group of unmarked tri-pong. All the while the Suna Nin stared at him in confusion. Alright, so what about the nin in the canyon itself? Asked the eldest male. Well we could drop a toad on M, but I've been using that so much in this war it's kind of boring. B, you and I could drop down and most likely manhandle all of them. Auto Junin are shitty if not grouped together, and I'd bet half would run at seeing you in the first place. C, I can form a bunch of clones, and I can just drop a shitload of Rasengans on them. The blonde said. Nope, sorry kiddo. I'll drop in and handle the main force after you've taken out the surrounding nin. Afterwards, you flicker down behind them and start taking them out while they are either distracted or running. Leave one alive. I have questions. The battle-hardened Sannin ordered. Alright fine, he replied, 2 clones bursting to life behind him. He looked at the Suna Nin. You just sit here and watch alright? With that the 2 clones were off, and the Suna Nin watched in awe as they threw kunai at each pair of Auto Nin. Naruto's eyes flashed open, and he disappeared. The friendly foreign nin looked confused as a kunai appeared where the boy had just been. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Just watch. Naruto appeared next to the first pair, and before they could even recognize his presence, he had already buried a kunai in one's neck. He swept the feet out from the other, landing in a crouch above his target's chest. He quickly shoved the knife down into the man, and he was gone. A new kunai appeared where he had been, and it fell harmlessly onto the ledge. Rasengan echoed through the canyons as another ledge where a pair had been disappeared entirely. The next pair had begun to look over, distracted from their inspection of the kunai that had landed before them only about 40 seconds ago. They turned away before they could watch it disappear, and both were dead before they could even feel the special-shaped kunai bury itself in their necks. The next pair were still inspecting the strange kunai, when they saw the pair slightly below and across from them fall dead. What the foo? One was cut off as he was kicked into the wall, his tanto pulled from its holster, and buried in his comrade's chest. The blonde kicked the hilt of the tanto, shoving it deeper into the man, and launching him off the ledge. He swung his hand around and buried his now oh-so-familiar blade into the other nin's temple. He flicked the blood off before he sighed and disappeared once more. The last pair had watched all of this, and one quickly grabbed the unusual kunai and threw it away from the ledge. As it got about a foot out, Naruto appeared, and seeing he was not on solid ground he body flickered behind the 2, kicking one off, and throwing a kunai after him. He quickly turned to the other, he planted a kick in the man's chest that sent him upward, he body flickered up the canyon wall behind him, and stabbed a blade into the man's spine. I didn't expect them to pick up so fast, he thought, and he substituted with the kunai he had thrown after the man he'd kicked off. The man righted himself in the air. He saw the kunai coming and moved to deflect it, only to be met with a blonde Konoha Chunin, who held a blue ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan. The boy yelled, as he slammed it into the man's chest, and launched him to the ground, dead. At that moment, Jiraiya leapt down in front of the Suna shinobi in the canyon. He leapt into the air before them, toward the Auto Nin. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, he shouted, a massive Rasengan forming in his hand, which he slammed into the front line of Auto Nin. Some Auto Nin immediately fled. They knew that had encountered Jiraiya of the Sannin, and they had just watched him wreck 10 shinobi in one move. Fire style. Flame bullet. The sage shot a massive concentrated bullet of fire from his mouth, burning many of the enemy shinobi to a crisp. As Jiraiya dealt with the shinobi that had stayed to fight, Naruto landed before the retreating group. He immediately used his body flicker to take advantage of their shock and dispatched all but one of them. He landed before the last enemy nin, and spoke one simple line. Surrender. The nin's eyes went wide, as he felt an unexpected amount of killing intent swirl around him. He slowly dropped the kunai he held, and got to his knees. Disarmed and will to fight broken, Naruto placed the man's hands behind his head and held them there. He craned his neck to look at his approaching sensei. All yours, sensei, the boy said as Jiraiya grabbed the man. Naruto, go check up on the Suna nin. Yes sir. Naruto and Jiraiya now found themselves sprinting through a corridor of an underground bunker constructed by Orochimaru. They had located the base, and as the Suna nin took on the shinobi defending the exterior, the Konoha shinobi had slipped in. They had full intentions of wiping out the Auto nin inside, searching for Orochimaru, and then leveling the base. Sensei, let's stop a moment, I can probably find him. He stopped and placed his finger to the ground. He's here. How can you be sure? It's simple really. Naruto smiled at his sensei before continuing. Sasuke's here. Jiraiya sighed as they took off running once again, this time guided by Naruto's slightly better understanding of the base. They finally came to a large throne room. In the chair sat Orochimaru, beside him was Kabuto and Sasuke. Oh Jiraiya, how unexpected. I didn't think you'd be crashing my party with the Suna nin. Oh come on now Rochi, I wouldn't miss any party of yours. Jiraiya retorted. Uzumaki, came the stoic voice of Sasuke. Uchiha, Naruto replied. All three Konoha nin played out their acts perfectly. Sasuke, why don't you deal with your little friend? The snake Sannin said with a sneer. Orochimaru, I came to you for power, not to fight Konoha nin, but for this one, I'll make an exception. Sasuke said with a sneer of his own. Sasuke launched at the blonde, sword drawn. He swung down at him, but the blade was caught in the prong of Naruto's kunai. Sasuke looked at the strange knife in confusion. That's new. That it is, Naruto said, as he looked toward his sensei. The sage was seen to be in battle with the snake Sannin. They struck at each other with harsh blows. Impacts hit so hard they echoed through the room. Both shinobi flew through hand signs, summoning their bosses. Gamabunta and Manda's immense size ripped through the hideout. The ceiling destroyed around them, the sun now bearing down on the room. As the Sannin battled, Naruto turned back to his own fight. Sasuke made the unison sign at Naruto. A sign they had agreed that if they encountered each other once he left, would signal the necessity to pass along intel. He looked into the Uchiha's eyes, as he tried to see what the next move would be. The Uchiha's Sharingan flashed to life, and Naruto found himself in a calm forest clearing. Naruto, this is a unique genjutsu I created just in case I needed to talk to you. I call it Sharingan, slow time. 1 minute in the world gives us an hour here to talk. Well ski, that's pretty impressive. Naruto, something's different about you, what change? I lost someone close, nobody you know though. It's a long story, and we don't have time. What have you got for me? The blonde asked, his face serious. In a year and a half, Orochimaru plans to gather his forces and try for a coup d'état in Kusagakure. He has a hideout in Fire Country, just on the border of Grass Country. I plan to kill him then, but his forces under him may still try to enact his plan. I could see maybe Kabuto doing it. Either way, I'll probably need help. And then, I plan to immediately go after Itachi as soon as possible. Let the Hokage know that I insist on being given a mission to do so. The black-haired shinobi explained. Fair, I'll be there, let me know 2 days beforehand via that hidden toad summoning formula. I'll get our forces on site. The blonde responded. Alright, let's make a believable fight, huh? Sure, let's. the Uchiha said, and the two immediately found themselves battling in the room once more. As the Sanin's fight dragged on, Jiraiya was quickly gaining the upper hand. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto in a body flicker, prompting the blonde to comment. "Well now, you certainly got fast." He chuckled afterward before he flickered behind Sasuke at great speeds. "But I'm still faster." The Uchiha retorted before swinging his sword around on his friend. Naruto quickly countered with his kunai, holding the sword at bay. "I think I'll have Orochimaru raise the bounty on your head," the sole survivor commented. "Oh? Have you suddenly acknowledged my skill?" The blonde replied. "No, I just want you dead." To anyone else nearby, it would have sounded like Sasuke meant it, but to Naruto, who knew the truth, it was just a sarcastic jab. "Oh, how very Sasuke of you," he replied. They flew at one another again, only to be interrupted by a loud yell. "Sasuke, we're leaving," the snake Sannin yelled. "Not if I can help it," Jiraiya yelled, moving through hand seals, but the Uchiha appeared behind Orochimaru, and the two were swallowed by a snake that then dispelled. "Shit, they got away," said the Toad Sage as he stood beside Naruto. "It's fine, Sensei, he'll be dead soon," Naruto said with a cryptic smile. Jiraiya's face fell slightly at the thought of his once great friend's death. But he knew it was for the greater good. He hated to leave it in the Uchiha boy's hands, but it would probably be the only option. A loud explosion was heard later that day, as the entire complex collapsed on itself. Orochimaru's experiments and note all blasted and burned away. The blonde and his sensei set up camp later that night, and as Jiraiya settled down to sleep, Naruto prepared to write yet another letter to Rika and his friends. "Dear Rika, this is the 18th letter. A year and 6 months is a long time to be gone. I miss all of you a lot, but I'm getting seriously strong. I've done 20 missions for the village during our trip. Jiraiya sensei trains me till I drop. I ran into Sasuke today during an op. Tell Sakura I'll definitely bring him back to the village once I come back. Anyway, I'm curious how you've been doing. I wonder if you've changed at all? You're definitely just as close of a friend to me these days as Sasuke was, and Sakura is. I hope we can spar when I get back. Don't worry, I haven't gotten injured at all lately, and I promise I'm being careful. I want to come back fast enough to protect you all. I'm stupid fast already, but it's not enough. Anyway, I definitely miss you. And don't worry, Jiraiya sensei's pervy ways haven't rubbed off on me, I'm still a good guy. Same old Naruto, but I don't know, Rika. I killed 10 men today in under 2 minutes. They probably had families and loved ones. I've been taking them away, sending them to the afterlife without a second thought. It's starting to weigh on my mind, maybe I will talk to sensei about it. Anyway, I have to go to sleep now. Jiraiya and I plan to travel across river country for the next few days. Uzumaki Naruto. P.S. Tell Kakashi that Jiraiya is releasing a new makeout book soon, so I'll try to get him a signed copy. Chapter 19. Training trip duration. 2 years. Since Naruto had encountered Sasuke, he and his sensei had traveled across many of the minor nations. The two had stopped at many villages along the way, and helped them out if they ever needed it. Eventually they had made their way to Waterfall Country. Jiraiya intended to stay here for the rest of the trip. There were many waterfalls scattered across the country, and they had found one that Jiraiya had said would be perfect for training Naruto's wind style. Because of this, through all of his hard work, Naruto had finished his wind style training. It was also a very secluded part of the country, so Jiraiya felt comfortable training some of Naruto's ability to harness the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya had also stated that the waterfall would help for training Naruto's water style. And it did, a lot. Naruto had complete mastery over every water jutsu he possessed. Jiraiya had taught him quite a few more as well, just to give him something to do. The waterfall had also given way to what Jiraiya had decided was probably one of the most powerful and deadly jutsu known to man. The Rasen Shuriken. Upon informing the boy of the fact that the Rasengan had never been fully completed, the blonde struck out to do what his father could not. The brutal technique used heavy amounts of chakra, and as Jiraiya had come to figure out, was extremely damaging to its user. After the boy had used it a few times, he had complained to the sage about pain in his arm. After looking over notes and eventually even having the toads inform Tsunade, they had discovered the reason behind the pain. The Rasen shuriken cut at a microscopic level, destroying chakra pathways themselves. Although the backlash was lower on the user than the damage caused to the target, Tsunade labeled the jutsu as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Naruto was not to use it unless there was really no other option. In the sage's opinion, the boy's natural speed at this point was just ridiculous. Most of the enemy nin Naruto would face in his life wouldn't stand a chance. Only strong nin, who could properly enhance their body with chakra, would be able to keep up. In terms of pure speed, Jiraiya was sure Naruto could hold his own against Kakashi, or Rock Lee, and to a point even Guy. The boy had spent one entire week sitting at a makeshift table, working on seals, especially that of the Flying Raijin. He had deciphered in full the first kanji's hidden formula. The first hidden formula had been a massive set of complex seals that formed the basis for speed. He had broken into the second seal completely, and had deciphered that it entirely pertained to space. Although he was not done reverse engineering it, he had found that it was this sealing array that provided the technique the ability move through space. He had also been able to lightly dabble in the third kanji's array. This one had been time. He hadn't gotten far along on it, but he figured it was what caused the teleportation to be almost instantaneous. The last he had determined was the array for tear. The very part of the seal that allowed the technique to rip a hole in space-time for the user to pass through. But he had made no more progress on this array. In fact, compared to the others, it was like trying to learn a new language while drowning and not being able to see. None of it seemed to make any sense. Sensei, what's up Naruto? I'm gonna push my limit again. Care to share a few shadow clones? Sure kid, I don't see why not. But listen, I've got to go meet a contact of mine outside Takigakure. I'll be gone for 2 days, so be careful. If you run into big trouble, summon a toad and get my attention, got it? Yes sir. Alright, see you around kid. 2 of Jiraiya's shadow clones appeared, and the sage took off. Naruto looked at one clone. Alright, let's get started. Sure thing kid. The white-haired man stood in the middle of the clearing across from Naruto. The blonde popped open his kunai holsters, and quickly threw a set of kunai at Jiraiya. He quickly appeared behind his master via body flicker. The blonde drew another set, and used them to encircle the Sanin's clone as well. Try to keep up sensei. The boy appeared beside the Sanin, and swung his leg up in savage kick. The Sanin blocked the kick, and the boy appeared once again behind him. This time Naruto slammed a foot into the man's lower back, sending him flying. Before the clone could exit the circle of kunai, Naruto appeared once again, kicking him back toward them. As Jiraiya flew back, the boy appeared again, and slammed a kunai into his back, and the clone was dispatched. The boy then turned to the other clone on the sidelines. Sensei, you can dispel. I've decided I'm gonna try to see how fast I can take out a large group. Suit yourself kid, the clone said before he popped out of existence. Naruto then quickly performed the clone sign himself, and formed 40 clones. He littered the area in and around the large group with kunai before he addressed them. Hit me as hard as you can, and try not to dispel, he said, before he appeared in the middle of the group, a kunai palmed in each hand. He quickly ducked under a spin kick, and slammed a kunai into the offending clone's side. He turned quickly, shoving one through another's chest. 3 of them came at him at once, and he quickly disappeared, and popped up in a different section of the small battle. He had started training like this recently. He would form clones that would fight against him while he had his kunai in place. They were forbidden from using the kunai substitution, as they were taking the place of enemy nin. He slid under yet another kick, and slid his kunai through the offending leg as he did. 1 minute, 10 down. 11 moves left. Gotta get more in one go, he thought to himself as he planted a kick in a clone's chest, leaping back off of him. As he came down, he slammed a kunai into another clone, dispatching 2 more as they came at him. 4 minutes and 28 clones later, Naruto stood still. He took heavy breaths and let himself settle. Well, that wasn't bad. I managed to save 3 moves as well. He hummed to himself, and walked back over to his camp. He pulled out a fish he had caught the other day, and began to cook. Naruto suddenly stopped eating the fish halfway through. He casually leaned back and placed his finger to the ground. This chakra, he thought as he felt the presence of the 5 Iwa shinobi that observed him from the tree line. I've gotta let Jiraiya sensei know. Damn it, they caught me right after I used most of my substitution capability. The boy casually walked over to a tent, crawled in and acted like he was looking for something. He quickly made hand signs and summoned a small green messenger toad. He put his hand over the toad's mouth as soon as it appeared and began to speak. Shitsujun, dispel and tell Jiraiya I need help. It's very important. The toad gave him a small salute and disappeared. He opened his large scroll and unsealed a large bag full of unmarked tribe prongs. He walked out of the tent and into the clearing. He set the bag down and formed 4 shadow clones. All of them collected the kunai, and the 5 blondes littered the field with kunai. Naruto keeping extras in his pouch. Finally he addressed his unwanted company. What do you want? He asked the unshown shinobi. So you knew we were there, huh? 9 Tails Jinchuriki, spoke the leading Iwa Nen. The group of 5 landed before him, 4 of them were Iwa Anbu, but the 5th filled Naruto with rage. Just the presence of the man alone had Naruto subconsciously drawing on the 9 Tails. Han, he said, rage filling his voice. I fucking let you go once. And you come back for more? You're gonna show your face to me? He quickly calmed himself before looking to the apparent leader. So what do you want? I'm not exactly in Iwa territory now. In fact, this is Taki, and they are allied with my village. It's simple, really, 9 Tails, we want your power for our village. The leader said simply. Conflict should be avoided at all costs. What you're doing is provoking a war. A war that would drag in the entire shinobi world. Back off now, because you don't exactly know who you're dealing with. The blonde said. You were weak when you faced Han, the only reason you lived is because of your beast. I'm a whole different shinobi now. Don't test it, he cautioned. We'll take our chances. As the Iwa Nin began to move, 3 shadow clones of Naruto ran forward from the tent beside them, each substituted with a kunai to put themselves beside an Anbu. 2 of them managed to dodge away, but the other 2 fell to the ground with kunai embedded in their chests. Han quickly barreled forward at Naruto and rammed into him, only for the blonde to disappear in a puff of smoke. It turned out he never left the tent, sending out a shadow clone, and hiding himself in the tent, so he could ambush the Iwa Nin with shadow clones. You coward, show yourself, the Iwa commander yelled, after the 3 dispatched Naruto's clones. If you don't want this to become a problem that I bring up with Lady Hokage, I suggest you politely fuck off. The blonde said, as his anger got the best of him. He stood atop the waterfall that overlooked his camp. Hishimaru, Han, we're pulling off, the leader said. No, I'll fight him. You go. I'll either come back with him or I'll probably be dead. The steamed Jinchuriki said. You really wanna fucking die today, don't you, Han? Naruto said. I'll make you pay for what you did 2 years ago. The leader and his subordinate gathered the 2 fallen Iwa Nin. He nodded to Han, and they disappeared from view. The steamed Jinchuriki faced the blonde and took a fighting stance. The blonde growled lowly. He remembered exactly how he had felt when he watched Ryuko die to this man. Naruto was pissed, more than he had ever been before. The fox tried to whisper its lies to him, but he ignored it. He opted to face this man completely with his own power. The 2 nin moved to attack each other when a new set of voices split the air. Well, Kakuzu, lucky day for us, huh? Found 2 Jinchuriki in one place. Shut up, Hidan, you're wasting time. The former Taki nin said. Kakuzu, just sit back and let me sacrifice these 2 to Jashin. The maniac said. Great, first Iwa, and now the Akatsuki. Naruto said, his voice gave an annoyed tone. Han, do you know about this group? No, stated the large man. They're out to capture all of the world's Jinchuriki for an unknown purpose. The organization is comprised of only S-rank missing nin. Jiraiya managed to find out a lot about them, and I've been studying them so I can fight them. This is the immortal duo, supposed to be impossible to kill. If you don't want to die, we should probably work together. I hate you, but I hate these people more. Fine, pick one, Naruto said. I'll take the Taki nin. Alright. With that, the 2 nin, who moments before were enemies, leapt into battle. At least, that's what Naruto thought, until he realized Han had run for Iwa immediately. Fuck, Han, you bastard. Kakuzu, go get him. No, Hidan, this blonde one is the 9 Tails anyway, let's focus on him. Naruto knew that he was in a bad spot. He might be much stronger due to Jiraiya's training, but he wasn't that strong. He'd have to fight smart. He quickly formed 2 clones, and the blondes quickly executed sets of hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. Wind style. Open destruction. Super wind-hurricane combination. A massive overwhelming force of wind ripped apart everything in its path toward Hidan and Kakuzu. 200 clones burst to life on the battlefield, forcing Hidan and Kakuzu to take on the small army. Naruto, yelled a familiar voice. The Toad Sage landed next to the boy. I got your message and came quick, but it looks like you went from fighting Iwid to fighting the Akatsuki, huh? I'm glad you're here, sensei. Naruto said, drawing a kunai. Naruto, have a clone run off with mine. We need to talk, the Sannin said. With that, a clone of both men appeared and ran into the tree line. You think you have room for side conversation when you're facing us? I'll sacrifice you to Lord Jashin. Hidan ran at Naruto while Jiraiya went straight at Kazuku. The cultist swung at Naruto with his scythe, and the boy quickly flickered away from its blades. You're fast, but I know your secret. Shikamaru really wanted to get to do this to you, but I'll do it for him. You killed Sarutobi Asuma. You will die here. Jiraiya's clone had informed Naruto's about a message he had received from Konohagakure. During Hidan and Kazuku's bounty hunting to gather funds, they had come across Team 10. When the former Taki Nin had recognized Asuma, the battle had begun. Shikamaru's analytical skills had not been fast enough to figure Hidan out, but he had deduced after Asuma's death that as long as Hidan never drew blood, you were safe. Just shut up and hold still, yelled the cultist as Naruto flickered away once again. The blonde's only current problem was that during his training he had burned most of his substitution. He only had 3 goes before things went bad. I just gotta cut off his head and make sure it can't get replaced. He thought. You did well, Asuma, I'll take it from here. With this, Naruto sprang into action. He tossed a kunai at Hidan, who uncaringly let it stick into his chest. Suddenly Hidan felt the pain of the knife disappeared, and felt a big ball Rasengan impact his face. The missing nin was launched away, slamming into the base of a tree. He stood and glared at the blonde. That hurt you, bitch, he yelled out before laughing. I'm gonna kill you, alright, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother holding back. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. I know you forbade me from using this jutsu. I need to end this quickly. The blonde thought, leaping away again. 2 clones burst to life next to the blonde, and he began to form a Rasengan. Hidan, I'll tell you once, surrender. Fuck you. You're gonna die by my hand, motherfucker. The nin yelled, rushing at Naruto. The 2 clones moved forward, and in seconds a screeching sound filled the field. Naruto, don't use that jutsu, Jiraiya yelled from his own battle. Sorry, sensei, no can do. Hidan rushed by a kunai that was stuck in the ground, and in seconds Naruto was behind him. He swung his jutsu down, and focused all of its cutting power into removing Hidan's head. When the head left the body, Naruto tossed the body away with the jutsu in tow. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Hidan's head spoke in a slow, raspy tone. I've never felt pain on this scale. Naruto walked over to the head, he formed a Rasengan in his hand, and turned his face away as he ground the severed head into a bloody red paste. With Hidan out of the picture, he could quickly assist his sensei. He flickered quickly to his sensei's position, and the Sannin leapt away from the former Taki Nin. Naruto, you're gonna ruin your arm. It's fine, sensei, I can do it once more. I'm gonna be pretty fucked up, but I can do it. By this time, Jiraiya has already destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts. The missing nin leapt away, his remaining 2 masks lined up in front of him. Wind style. Open destruction. Fire style. Searing migraine. Both jutsu came roaring from the masks. They created a massive firestorm that charred its way toward Naruto and Jiraiya. The white-haired man quickly jumped in front of his student. He slid through hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. Earth style. Mud wall. A massive wall burst from the ground, leaving Naruto and his sensei unscathed. Sensei, pin him down. Naruto, you can't use that jutsu again. Sensei, you and I both know we can't let this guy keep fighting. So please pin him down. Damn it, kid. Fine. Jiraiya formed another set of hand signs and called out a different jutsu. Earth style. Swamp of the underworld. Kakuzu suddenly sunk into the ground. The earth around him turned into a swamp and he now struggled to move. The blonde and 2 clones formed a Rasen Shuriken, and Kakuzu saw what was about to happen. His arm extended, it shot out and grabbed hold of a tree which he then used as leverage to pull himself out. He was surprised by the two clones that appeared beside him, and both grabbed his legs. The headhunter jutsu is amazing. Naruto thought idly. The blonde quickly flickered across the field at the zombie-like man, but the clones were suddenly dispatched. Black tendrils shot from Kakuzu's body, destroying everything close to him. Unfortunately for the former Taki nin, one clone had been quick enough to shove a kunai into the man's knee. That was the only opening Naruto needed. He appeared behind him, slamming the massive spinning jutsu into the bounty hunter's back. Kakuzu was launched away, and he landed with a crash as the jutsu expanded. The boy shot across the field to where the body of Kakuzu lay. The boy stood over him, as the missing nin attempted to get back up. He knew there were no hearts left to resurrect, so he plunged a kunai through the man's back, killing him instantly. The blonde turned back to his sensei, giving him a tired grin. "Sensei, told you I'd take care of it," he said, trailing off. The physical exhaustion for all the fighting, along with the massive amounts of damage the Rasen Shuriken had done to his arm, caught up with him. He still had chakra left, but his body couldn't take it anymore. Jiraiya shot across the clearing, catching Naruto as he collapsed. "You did good, kiddo. Looks like we'll have to go back to Konoha now though," he said, looking at the boy's mangled arm. "You really have become strong, Naruto," the Sannin said as he laid the boy down. He quickly began to gather their things and pack up to move them back to Konoha. "Tsunade, in a day's time, Naruto and I will be returning to the village early. I don't intend to cut our trip short though. You remember the massive hidden mountain complex I used to train Minato? I intend to finish our year there. Please meet me there to heal the kid. This stupid brat used that Rasen Shuriken twice, so his arm is screwed up." Tsunade sighed loudly as she finished reading Jiraiya's letter. She really was too old for this. She needed a drink. Naruto woke up a few days later in a bed. He stared up at the wood ceiling for a few moments, before he swung his legs over the side and stood. He walked to the door of the room and opened it. Stepping through, he found himself standing in a long wooden hallway. His brow raised in confusion, before he reached out and placed his hand on the wall. He felt the familiar feeling of taking in every nearby chakra signature. He could feel that off in the distance, at the very edge of his sensory range, was Konohagakure. Closest to him though, was Jiraiya. He followed the long hallway down, and finally came to a door. He quietly opened it, and was greeted with the sight of a large kitchen with a connected dining room. At the table eating a bowl of noodles was the Sannin. "Sensei, where are we?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Oh, you're up, huh? Well, kiddo, this is a pretty special place to me, and to your father." "What do you mean?" "This training ground is where your father truly became the Yellow Flash. Originally it was a small-scale geared training ground with moving targets. This complex is actually built into the side of a mountain. Anyway, after Minato mastered the flying Raijin, he desperately needed to develop and hone his ability to use it in combat. Thus, the full creation of this training ground. There's more complex moving parts in this training ground than there is in the entirety of Konoha. Once you master the flying Raijin, you will use this place as well. But for now, you and me will finish out our last year of training here." "Oh, I see. Care to show me around my new temporary home?" "Sure, but come eat first. I had to drag Tsunade here just to fix your damn arm, brat." "Hey, sorry." For the rest of their year, the student and teacher spent their time in the training complex. The mechanical targets and sparring posts helped hone Naruto's reflexes into something that had begun to surpass even Minato's. The boy had even gotten to the point that he could actually put Jiraiya down in a spar. The sage was extremely proud at the development of his student, the boy now being 18, and likely one of the strongest shinobi in all of Konoha. He was honestly under the opinion that he didn't really have anything left to teach the boy. Maybe sage mode, but the Sannin was unsure of that. The boy definitely needed to focus on the flying Raijin. After all, Minato had done just fine without it. The boy had been absorbing all the information he could as well. He had extensively studied every known bingo book and all the shinobi they contained. The boy had been forced to increase his knowledge in science and mathematics to continue his work on understanding space-time theory. His skills in Fuinjutsu had also nearly doubled. Although he had fully decoded the first two sealing formulas of the flying Raijin, and even gotten most of the way through with the third, He was still struggling with understanding the fourth and final seal formula. He was also having trouble with how exactly they were supposed to work in conjunction to form the actual technique. The Sannin had no doubt that when the boy finally mastered the technique, he would be nearly unstoppable. His chakra reserves would place almost no limit on how many times he could use the jutsu. He truly would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. "Hey sensei, mind if I go grab some ramen and then meet you there?" the blonde asked as he and the sage approached the village gate. "Meh, I guess, but hurry up kid, I don't want to be there all day." "Oh, so you mean you don't want an excuse to hang around Lady Tsunade?" the boy asked, raising an eyebrow. "You know what kiddo, you're right. Take your time," he replied as they walked right past the guard shack. "Hey, you can't just walk into Konohagakure without signing in," came the voice of Izumo as he trailed off. "Lord Jiraiya? Naruto?" he asked as recognition took hold. "In the flesh," said the Sannin, who Izumo noted didn't look nearly as tall, standing next to the now much taller Uzumaki. "Naruto, you got taller." "Huh? Oh yeah, I guess I did. Izumo, you haven't changed at all," he said, laughing. "Anyway, we've got places to be, so see ya," he said, and he and the sage disappeared. "That was rude," said the Chunin, sulking. "One Uzumaki special please," Naruto said loudly as he entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Naruto," Ayame said as she witnessed the tall blonde enter. "That's me. Now look, big sister Ayame, I've been gone 3 years. And that's too long to go without ramen. You never change, Naruto." "Dad, Naruto's back, start him a few bowls." "Welcome back kid, 3 Uzumaki specials coming right up," yelled the chef from the back room. "Thanks Tucci," he replied loudly. Suddenly the sound of loud running outside rang into the ramen shop. The feet came skidding to a halt as the person entered the ramen shop. "Naruto." The blonde laughed nervously, remembering the mistakes he had made over the last 3 months of his training. Hey there Rika? Chapter 20. Naruto. Hey there Rika? The blonde shinobi earned a fist to the face in response. Before he could fall, the girl caught him in a tight hug, holding him close to her. He had forgotten to write her for the last 3 months, and she had been driven wild in worry. "You promised to write me, you idiot," she said. He slowly wrapped his arms around her and held her in his embrace. "I know. I'm sorry I forgot, Jiraiya-sensei, and I got very caught up in our last bit of training. I promise to make it up to you," he said with a smile. "You'd better," she trailed off before pulling away and punching his arm. "Wow, you've grown a lot." The girl took in the appearance of the secret Namikaze. The 18-year-old was tall now, standing at a solid 5 foot 8 inches. He still wore his Chunin vest, unzipped and lazily swaying in the wind. The only change to his outfit was the fact that his standard Konoha shinobi uniform was now dark blue, in place of the black he had once worn. His hair had grown slightly more, the spikiness now almost out of control. Unknown to Rika, although the idea was present in the very back of her head, the man before her was the complete spitting image of Namikaze Minato. "Hey thanks, Tucci. Let me get another bowl for Rika please." "Coming right up kid," the chef yelled from the back. "You've changed a lot as well, Rika," he said, taking in her appearance. She was now dressed in a standard Konoha shinobi top with short sleeves. She wore a pair of black shorts, like Sakura's, and sported her very own Chunin vest. The woman now stood 5 foot 6, and had grown out a lot physically. Her breasts had become larger, and as far as the boy could tell, the rear of the kunoichi that stood before him was very well developed and toned. He blushed gently, turning his head away from her. "That damn pervert sensei made me start acting all weird." "Naruto, were you just checking me out?" she questioned teasingly. No, I wasn't, I swear," he said, panicking. The girl simply laughed in response, before looking him over. "Well, you're not too bad either," she broke with. She quickly realized what she had said, before she blushed and turned away. "You're still wearing that orange scarf. It must be special to you," he observed. She blushed harder and took a step back from him. "Are you stupid?" she questioned, her face very red now. I feel like I'm missing something here," he said, scratching his neck. "Anyway, let's eat really quick." After quickly eating and catching up, Naruto promised to find her soon so they could talk more. He then quickly made his way to the Hokage tower. "Jiraiya, another word and I'll punch you to the moon," Tsunade said as Naruto opened the door and stepped in. Am I interrupting something?" The blonde asked. No brat, you're just in time to get this guy off my back. The Sanin turned Cage answered. Right, so I'm back. That you are. I've heard a lot about your new skills. Especially that one that ruined your arm to the point I had to fix it. Do not use it again. Got it, brat? Yes, ma'am. Now I was planning on having you and Sakura do an evaluation against Kakashi, but I've decided that it might be overkill. So I think I'll have you and Kakashi duke it out one-on-one. The Hokage said with a smirk. I won't go easy on you, Naruto. The masked Junin said from the window. Unknown to the other shinobi, Kakashi had actually almost fallen out the window at the sight of his student. He hadn't expected the blonde to look that much like his old sensei. Ah, Kaka-sensei, how are you? I brought you a present. The blonde said with a smile, handing a book to Kakashi. That's the last Icha book sensei will write for a while. I beat him in a spar and now he has to write a decent novel like his first one. Thank you, Naruto. But the last? Really, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi used the damn door. Tsunade yelled loudly. Anyway, tomorrow at 8 meet at Training Ground 7 and we will get started. Yes, ma'am. As the morning breeze floated through the forest, two highly skilled shinobi stared each other down. The blonde could sense the chakra signatures of his Sannin teacher, and the blonde Hokage hiding in the trees. He could also sense 20 others, among them were Sakura's and Rika's. He assumed Tsunade had started a betting pool as most people would likely bet on Kakashi, smart woman. He thought idly. Alright, Naruto. Kakashi said, drawing bells from his pocket. I'm not going to go easy on you, I'd assume I'm going to need this. He said, pulling his headband up and letting his eye take in the battlefield. You're gonna need a lot more than that to beat me, sensei. The younger man said, drawing a kunai. At the sight of the tri-prong, Kakashi's eyes widened. His entire body tensed up, along with that of a few of his fellow Junin in the trees. Naruto, you? Maybe, you'll just have to find out, sensei. The blonde replied with a smirk. Begin, shouted the Hokage, and the two shinobi immediately leapt at each other. 4 clones burst from Naruto, quickly engaging Kakashi as the younger male made for center field. He quickly peppered the surrounding trees with kunai before Kakashi had finished dispatching his clones. The masked Junin flickered to the boy, engaging him in hand-to-hand. First test, taijutsu, he said. The blonde dropped low, swinging his fist up at the Junin's face. The man quickly leaned back to avoid, only for his eyes to widen slightly as a new clone appeared and came rolling over Naruto's back, poised to cut him open with a kunai. He backpedaled and dodged to the side before bringing his leg around to impact Naruto's side. He was slightly surprised when this resulted in Naruto disappearing in a puff of smoke, signaling the use of a shadow clone. Did he substitute with his clone that quickly? Over here, yelled Naruto, and as Kakashi spun around, he was greeted with Naruto and 2 clones finishing hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. Wind style. Open destruction. Super wind hurricane combination. The 3 yelled in unison, prompting everyone observing the match to sweat drop at the terrible name. The massive gale force ripped through the clearing, intent on ripping Kakashi away. The Junin knew he couldn't counter with a fire jutsu, so he was forced to retreat to the tree line. Wrong move, sensei. Kakashi heard Naruto's voice say from behind him. Ho? He started but was shot out of the trees into the clearing by a solid and harsh kick to the spine. He landed roughly in the clearing, but quickly regained his footing. As he stood, he found himself face to face with a kunai. Said kunai became Naruto's foot, and Kakashi almost lost a few teeth. He impacted the ground but transitioned quickly back to his feet and shot off a jutsu. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. The fire quickly ignited everything in its path, and soon a large section of the field was set ablaze. Second test. Ninjutsu. When the fire started to die down, Naruto was gone. It's like fighting Minato sensei all over again. Naruto appeared on a tree branch across the field. He smiled at his sensei before throwing a handful of kunai at the man. The Junin deflected them and jumped away, not willing to stay near the continuously dangerous knives. Naruto flickered to life in the group of kunai, staring down his teacher. Third test. Genjutsu. He was cut off as Naruto appeared behind him, moving through hand signs. Fuinjutsu. Limp limb seal. The boy called out, smacking his palm against the Junin's arm. The limp limb seal was a fuinjutsu technique the boy had developed during his training trip. It did exactly what the name implied, causing the target's affected limb to go numb and become useless. The only downside was it had a range limit. This meant that unless Naruto stayed close, the seal would deactivate. Kakashi leapt back from the blonde, his left arm dangling uselessly. He stared at it in confusion before accepting his situation. Unfortunately for you, Naruto, I can do this. His single arm came up, and with a few one-handed hand signs, he shot off a jutsu. Earth Sty. Mud River. A massive current of mud swept across the field, intent in taking the blonde with it. Water Style. Great waterfall technique. Naruto shot a huge amount of water from his mouth into the air, which then cascaded down with enough force to completely dissipate the mud river, along with a chunk of the clearing. I'm gonna go ahead and end this with that jutsu. Naruto thought. He had been working on a particular pet project of a sealing technique during his trip. It had been the technique that allowed him to finally beat Jiraiya in a spar, and get his way with what the sage's next novel would be. 6 clones burst to life beside the boy, and Kakashi was suddenly encircled with kunai, but before he could react, as he was still regaining his bearings from the waterfall, the kunai were all replaced with a blonde clone. No matter what way he dodged, 3 of them managed to slap a palm on him, leaving behind a large sealing formula. The Junin quickly dispatched the clones before turning his attention to the original. So what did you do to me? A good shinobi would never reveal his secrets to the enemy, wouldn't you say, sensei? Fair enough. As soon as the Junin made his reply, the younger man was on him, kunai in hand. He swiped at the masked man's head, who quickly ducked under the swing. However, as Naruto's hand passed over Kakashi's head, he dropped the kunai. A few seconds later and Naruto was behind the man again, striking out to kick his teacher's feet out. The older nin jumped over the leg sweep, swinging his foot down into the blonde's side. The blonde man flipped a kunai up into the air as he fell, before appearing above Kakashi. The whiskered Chunin caught the copy nin in the back with a heel drop, but he disappeared, and in his place was a log. Kakashi appeared across the field from him and I smiled. You won't get those bells at this rate, Naruto. Sorry, but it's over, sensei. The blonde replied. This immediately piqued Kakashi's interest, so he readied himself, but he also resolved to see what happened next. The Chunin stood still, closing his eyes, and focusing his chakra with a single hand seal. It took a lot of concentration to pull off this technique. Had Kakashi decided not to let him do it, he would have had shadow clones hold off the masked Junin. Fuinjutsu. Reverse summoning. Naruto whispered, and he was behind Kakashi. The Junin hadn't been around any kunai, and one simple move had put him in this spot. Naruto now stood behind the man, a kunai pressed to the Junin's neck. His left arm slinked around the Junin's chest, a second kunai poised to be buried in the masked man's heart. Sorry, you lose, Kakashi. The blonde finished. Seems you finally got me, Naruto. The Junin agreed. Finally at this moment Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a selection of Junin came out from the trees. Rika, Sakura, and a few nin who had came to place bets also joined them in the clearing. So how exactly did you do that, Naruto? The Junin asked, curiosity getting the best of him. Well, after looking at summoning contracts and studying my other new jutsu, I was able to for a contract seal that essentially summons me. Instead of summoning a toad or slug or snake, it summons me. It's essentially a low-level space-time seal, and I couldn't come up with a name for it. I probably won't be using it much. The seal is so large, I either have to have a lot of time to apply it, or have to use clones to apply it all at once. If one of the 3 hadn't touched you, the seal wouldn't have been applied. The blonde shinobi elaborated. Don't worry, Kakashi, that technique is how the brat managed to beat me in a spar. Jiraiya said. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you managed to create something like this, Naruto. Well, it takes a lot of inspiration and theory from Lord Second and Lord Fourth's jutsu. He said, not mentioning Minato as his father, considering all the nin surrounding them. It's not nearly as fast, nor does it have the range. It also will dissipate after some time, and on top of that it takes a lot of chakra control. In fact, I can barely execute the technique in the first place. It takes quite a lot of concentration in combat. Well, damn, that's pretty impressive, Naruto, good work. The masked man replied. Thank you, sensei. Sakura chose this moment to join in as well. I can't believe you beat Kakashi-sensei one-on-one Naruto. Hey, well I did so you have to believe it. The blonde man replied. Naruto. Tsunade spoke up. Yes ma'am? Your test is over, I now promote you to Junin. Wait what? He asked. This was a Junin exam. That's right, and you passed, I think everyone else here would agree. The Hokage stated. Well thank you ma'am, it's an honor. He replied with a bow. You're welcome. All of you are dismissed except for Kakashi and Jiraiya. She yelled at the nin. Yes ma'am, came the response all around. Come find me later, Naruto. Rika said before leaping off. Naruto. Yes Lady Hokage? Make sure no one is around. At this statement the man knelt down, and placed his finger on the ground. We're alone, Lady Hokage. Good, now Sasuke should be getting in contact with you sometime soon correct? Yes ma'am, I request a decent force to lead the assault against Orochimaru's forces. After the situation is dealt with, Sasuke will come back for a debrief. However, we request the mission to go after Itachi Uchiha. If you quell the problem, and Sasuke is gauged to be strong enough, I will grant you your mission. Thank you ma'am. Rika was currently cutting carrots up to make stew, when she was interrupted by a knock at the door. She walked briskly to the door, and looked through the peephole. Her eyes were greeted with a mop of blonde hair, and she quickly pulled away to pull the door open. Hey Naruto, she said flatly, but with a smile. Hey, what's up? He asked her. I was making dinner, would you like to come in? I have some time, so sure. He replied. The woman quickly stepped aside and let the man into her home. Please have a seat, she said with her familiar monotone voice. Naruto never concerned himself with it. He knew the girl well enough to know that it was just a part of her personality. Unless it was a super emotional situation, the girl's voice never tended to change from her usual monotone. Rika? Yes? There's something I've wanted to ask, but I've been avoiding it. It felt wrong to try to ask in a letter. You're here now, so you might as well just get it over with. She replied, still happily working away at her stew. My training trip gave me enough time to come to terms with Ryuko's death. I still have the nightmares sometimes, but for the most part I'm there. The thing is, well, just spit it out Naruto. She said flatly. There was no attitude, just a blank statement. Do you blame me for her death? This actually managed to catch the marked girl off guard. That was the one question she hadn't expected. The woman quickly turned around and stared at the blonde Junin blankly. Do you really think you could even be to blame? How would anyone have saved her? You're an idiot. Of course I don't blame you. Thank you. Shut up idiot. If you ever blame yourself again I'll burn you. She said blankly. The blonde gulped slightly in response and quickly nodded his head. Good. Now hang around a while. This stew should only take about an hour or two. The shinobi stayed in each other's company until the stew was finished. They chatted about things, and the blonde told short stories about his adventures with his sensei. The woman informed him of the story behind her becoming a chunin, and of many other interesting experiences she had during his absence. As they continued, a thought slowly crept into the back of the blonde's head. Rika was cute, but he couldn't help but feel terrible. This was his dead girlfriend's best friend. How could he possibly betray Ryuko like that? It was so wrong, but he knew Rika so well now, and she was amazing. It's been 3 years you stupid fuck. She'd want you to move on. He thought to himself angrily, but would she really? He thought sadly. Rika had a heavy dilemma. On one hand she knew she loved the boy from her childhood. He might not remember, but they knew each other long ago. Long before Naruto had met Iruka, she had been his actual first friend. Only the whispers of the villagers and other children had kept her away soon after their meeting. On the other hand, this boy was the former boyfriend of her deceased best friend. The girl who had cared for her since the day they met in the first days of the academy. She couldn't help but wonder how Ryuko would feel about her pursuing the Raven, Redhead's boyfriend. Not only that, but Naruto would be so angry that she could just forget about Ryuko in favor of him. She was disgusted with herself. Naruto's curiosity had finally got the better of him now. He had to ask about that orange scarf. It just seemed more like something he would wear more than something she would. Rika, how did you ever get a hold of? He was cut off about a loud pop, and a puff of smoke as the messenger toad Shitsujun appeared. Yo, Master Naruto, I've got an urgent message from, a friend. He trailed off realizing that another person was in the room. Naruto's eyes narrowed seriously at the toad. From him? Is it time? Yes sir, he said, handing Naruto a scroll. Got it. Thank you Shitsujun, you can go now. The toad nodded before disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, what was he talking about? Rika asked. I'm sorry Rika, it's an S-rank secret. I have to go, we can talk again another time. He said, moving quickly to the door. Naruto, wait, what's going on? The blonde turned his head to face her, and flashed her a smile. Don't worry about it Rika, I'll be back soon. He told her before disappearing out the door. A single shinobi appeared, kneeling before the Hokage. Yes? It's time ma'am. He sent his message? Yes ma'am. He's requested my assistance in taking out the target. Shinobi will be needed to deal with the rest of the enemy forces while we battle him. I understand, I'll be sending a Chunin platoon, with a few Junin mixed in to go with you. You will explain everything to them as you go, and inform them not to attack Uchiha Sasuke. Yes ma'am. Get on with it then. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato stood before a platoon of Chunin. Naruto had been introduced to Yamato earlier that day, and the two shinobi had taken a liking to each other. Kakashi had been happy to see that the blonde was able to get the wood user to lighten up a bit. Among the Chunin platoon stood some of the survivors from the Otogakure massacre. They were happy to serve under the leadership of the Uzumaki. Others among the platoon included Team 10, Rika and her team, as well as Team 8. Naruto had been assigned to lead the assault, as Kakashi thought it would be a good experience for him. However, the blonde had assigned Yamato to take over leadership while Naruto and Kakashi joined Sasuke to battle Orochimaru. Naruto looked over the platoon and spoke loudly. Listen up, I don't want to repeat myself. Orochimaru intends to try to overthrow the leadership of Kusagakure. This will not happen, we will be joining with some grass nin to battle his forces. Once contact is initiated, Yamato will take over command. Hitaki and I will be joining Uchiha Sasuke in battling Orochimaru. Yes, you heard that right. Uchiha Sasuke is a spy and still an asset of Konohagakure. Do not engage him by any means. He is a friendly. Understood? Murmurs spread through the platoon quickly, and small conversations began to pop up. I said, is that understood? Yelled the blonde Junin. Yes sir, came the joint call of the platoon, having been reeled back in by Naruto's commanding tone. Alright, let's get a damn move on. Kabuto, bring Sasuke here, I'm tired of waiting. Yes my lord, the silver-haired man said, before approaching the Sannin. Kabuto, I said, go get him. He's already here my lord, said the man as his hair began to bleed into a black color. A sword appeared from thin air, and was swung toward the Sannin's neck. A snake caught the blade in its jaws, but was fried to death by electricity as a lightning coating burst down the blade. Orochimaru managed to put distance between himself and his attacker, before immediately counter-attacking. I should have known you would betray me, you vile Uchiha. No matter, you'll make a wonderful vessel. How can I betray you, if I was never loyal in the first place? This was all a plan to assassinate you. The youngest Uchiha shouted. The pale man quickly drew his sword from his stomach, and the two began a slightly unusual sword battle. It wasn't every day you saw someone fight with a sword that stuck out of their throat. They crossed blades once again, and Sasuke's eyes burned to life. His Sharingan blazed as they predicted each of Orochimaru's moves. His Chidori ignited down the length of his sword, and moved to take the man's arm off. His sword cut clean through, but the limb shifted to a pile of snakes, and Orochimaru appeared behind him. You never cease to impress me Sasuke, Kukuku. However, you're still too young to defeat me. On top of that, I have this. He said dangerously as he drew a mask from his robe. I found out about this, I intended to take your body first, but I had a feeling you might betray me. So I had my loyal Kabuto retrieve it for me. He quickly placed the mask over his face and cut open his own abdomen. Kabuto, come. Yes my lord, the silver-haired man said as he appeared beside the Sannin and began healing him. What did you just do? Asked the wary Uchiha. I've got my arms back boy. He said, flashing through hand seals at an alarming rate. Wind style. Vacuum blast. He yelled, and a massive blast of air carved a destructive path toward Sasuke. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. Wind style. Open destruction. Super wind hurricane combination, shouted the three voices of the same person. The massive combination completely overtook Orochimaru's technique, blasting the Sannin across the room. Sasuke! Came a loud shout as a figure landed next to the Uchiha. You're late, Naruto. Hey, you just got impatient. After which, all hell broke loose. Konoha shinobi burst through walls, and sections of the compound were destroyed with explosives. You two remind me sickly of your mothers. How fitting then, the snake said spitefully. What are you planning? Questioned Sasuke. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. The snake yelled, slamming his palms to the ground. Two coffins burst out of the ground, slamming to a halt as they breached the surface. The coffins shook slightly before the lids fell open. As the two figures stepped out, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki could only ask one thing as they stared on in disbelief. Mom. Chapter 21. Mom. Came the flabbergasted voices of Naruto and Sasuke. The two figures slowly stepped out of the coffins before they looked at each other. Kushina? Makoto? The two reanimations looked away from each other and stared at their children. Naruto? My little Sasuke. The redhead burst into a wide grin at her son. Honey, you're all grown up. Look at you, I never thought I'd get to see you again. Sasuke dear, how you've grown. The youngest of the Uchiha brothers stared on in shock at his mother. Mother? His eyes turned hateful and he shifted his gaze to the snake Sannin. How dare you? I'll kill you. Mom, I've wanted so bad to meet you. I know so much about you, but I never got to hear your voice. Naruto said as he smiled sadly at his mother. Orochimaru launched forward and shoved controlled talismans in the necks of both women. He quickly interrupted the conversation. How touching, but you can catch up while you kill each other. Kushina stiffened before she launched forward at her son, a kunai in hand. Naruto, here I come, be ready. The blonde quickly drew a tri-prong and countered the strike. The man was a storm of emotions. He had finally got to see his mother, but he had to fight her. She kicked him in the stomach and jumped away. Biting her thumb, she swiped it over her forearm, causing a seal to appear. In a puff of smoke, a black katana appeared. The hilt landed in her grip, and she looked sadly at her son. Naruto, please be careful, I'm being forced to get serious. It's fine Mom, I'm your son, I'll deal. He said, gaining a serious look. He quickly took his fighting stance. The two launched forward and began another clash. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in a predicament. He thought he was skilled with a sword, but it turned out he was nothing in comparison to his mother. He quickly brought his weapon to bear as the Uchiha matriarch brought a forceful slice down at his shoulder. The two locked blades, and their Sharingan eyes locked on each other. Mother, why did Itachi kill the clan? Sasuke asked. Makoto was slightly taken aback by the question, but answered in kind. My little Sasuke, she said, swinging her sword around as the male jumped over the blade. That is something I cannot tell you. Only Itachi can tell you why he slaughtered the clan. But I can tell you this, my son. Sasuke was forced to leap away as she shot a massive fireball toward him. Itachi loves you, unconditionally. My Sharingan had already read your mind when we locked eyes, and I saw everything. I don't know why Itachi chose the path he took, but one day, you should ask him, my son. She finished, launching another massive blast of fire toward him. The male Uchiha quickly countered with a fireball of his own. Now focus. Things are about to get serious. Right, the raven-haired man said, as he launched back into the battle with his mother. You fight a lot like your father, and you got his hair. Looks like you got my face and my verbal tick though. Sorry about that, you know. Mother, I'm extremely happy I got your face. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Naruto replied as he was forced to dodge the sword that had attempted to pierce his back. As it turned out, his mother's chakra chains could wield her sword as if they were her hands. You've grown into a fine young man, Naruto. Thank you, Mom. Naruto, she said, dodging the impact of a Rasengan that was intended for her chest. You need to stop holding back. I'm not holding back, Mother. He replied as he flickered away from her. He quickly palmed a new set of kunai and let them fly at the person who had brought him to this world. You and I both know you're lying. You know, she said angrily as she swung her sword down at him. The blonde was crouched low before her and quickly brought his tri-prong up, and locked Kushina's blade with his own. He quickly kicked her feet out from underneath her and flipped backwards. I know you want to talk to me and ask me things, Naruto. But I don't belong in this world. It's wrong for me to be alive again. You need to get serious. I am. He yelled, frustration evident on his face. He saw a distance away was the snake Sanin watching intently as they battled. The blonde dodged a swing of her sword, and came up with a swipe of his kunai. The blade removed his mother's arm, and he leapt away as it slowly began to reform. Naruto was mad. He could usually control his emotions, but as of now seeing his mother used as a weapon had him fuming. He threw a kunai that impacted the ground behind his mother. Quickly he appeared behind her, Rasengan charged in his hand. The jutsu rammed into the lower back of the reanimation, causing catastrophic damage. As Kushina's lower torso slowly began to reform, Naruto formed 3 shadow clones. The clones quickly surrounded the woman in a triangular formation. He quickly ran through hand seals while the clones did the same. He looked sadly at his mother before he spoke. "Mother, I wish we could have had more time together. I love you, thank you for being my mom. You've been the driving force for my entire shinobi career." As he spoke, tears began to fall from his face, his emotions taking hold. He closed his eyes momentarily, and that was when Kakashi arrived on scene. "I love you too, Naruto," said Kushina as she prepared to meet Minato once again. This was the sight Kakashi was greeted with as he landed behind his student. He watched as the blonde closed his eyes, before he finished the hand seals to seal away his mother. "Fuinjutsu, 3-pillar sealing technique," said the blonde, as his clones turned into 3 solid pillars of chakra that closed in on his mother before glowing brightly. Naruto walked forward, and pulled his scroll from his back. "Goodbye, mother," he said as he laid a smaller scroll down beside her. The chakra slowly flowed like a small stream across the ground, forming a large sealing array on the scroll. The blonde then sealed it away inside his larger one before quickly sealing the sword she had left behind away as well. After which he rolled up the large scroll, and replaced it on his back. "Naruto, was that?" "Yes, that was my mother. I'm sorry, kiddo." "It's alright, sensei. You're a fine man now, Sasuke. I'm very proud of you." "Thank you, mother," the Uchiha replied as he sent lightning through his sword that was currently buried in her abdomen. The lightning ripped down the blade and blew a massive hole through her chest. "That's still not going to be enough, Sasuke," she said with worry. "It's alright, I don't have to do it on my own," he replied, feeling his blonde teammate land beside him. Quickly they were forced to dodge as the deceased mother swung her sword where their heads had been seconds ago. "I have friends, and people who care for me. I'll do alright on my own." She fired off a fireball at the boys, and they quickly countered with their own combo. Sasuke's fireball slammed into his mother's, but with Naruto's wind amplification, it quickly overpowered the jutsu. "I'm happy to hear that, Sasuke," she said to the boy as she charged at them once again. "Sasuke, can you hold her down?" the blonde yelled, a plan quickly forming in his head. "Yeah, I can. Keep her busy for a second," the raven-haired man yelled in response. The blonde quickly leapt forward, catching the blade of Makoto's weapon in the prong of his kunai. He grabbed her, slammed a Rasengan into her chest, and tossed her away. As she landed, he leapt back to the once brooding man's side. "You must be Kushina's boy, right? You're the spitting image of her and Minato," she said, addressing the newcomer. "Hey, that's me, Uzumaki Naruto, at your service. Please, look after my son Naruto. You can count on me. He's my best friend after all," the blonde said, his smile bright as ever. "Now Sasuke, lightning style. Lightning chain prison." Suddenly chains of lightning shot out from the ground, stabbing through the wrists and ankles of his mother, before wrapping around her and pinning her in place. Naruto ran up to her quickly, yanking his scroll from his back. He unfurled it to a blank section, and in seconds had a formula drawn out. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, soul binding technique. After seeing Naruto remove his mother from the battlefield, Orochimaru immediately made the decision to flee. The blonde and the Uchiha were problematic enough on their own, but including Kakashi and the wood user, it was overkill. Unfortunately, when Orochimaru moved to leave the large underground room, he was stopped by a large purple barrier. "Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, 6-point barricade," said the blonde ninja as he appeared not far from the Sannin. "You're not going anywhere, Snake. You'll pay for ripping our mothers from their peaceful rest," the Uchiha said, as he came into existence behind the pale man, running him through with his blade. With the Sannin impaled, Naruto made his move. He quickly appeared before the man, and began drawing out seals while Sasuke began to electrocute the wannabe immortal. As the blonde finished the formula, He was interrupted when the kusanagi shot from the man's mouth. The blonde was barely able to dodge a fatal wound, instead having the sword run through his thigh. With the blonde out of the way momentarily, the Sannin continued his counterstrike. His serpents burst from the ground behind the Uchiha, and bound him as Orochimaru walked off the blade, while he retracted his own. Another group of snakes also appeared, grabbing the Uzumaki boy and held him down. I'm actually mad now. I haven't felt anger this strong in a long time. I'll be taking your body now, Sasuke, he said with a sickening predatory smile. As the man was only inches from the Uchiha's face, a sound filled the room. The chirping of birds broke through the air as Kakashi's lightning blade ripped through the snakes that held Sasuke hostage. Sasuke, the masked nin yelled, as he plunged his hand through Orochimaru's torso. Right, the raven responded, throwing his sword in a wide arc. Ninja wire reeled out from its handle, and with a hard pull Sasuke changed its trajectory. The sword flew wide, swinging around and taking out the snakes holding the seal master down. Naruto quickly leapt from the ground, still favoring his wounded leg. 3 clones burst to life, and all slapped their palms onto the Sannin's body. A Fuinjutsu formula quickly formed over the Sannin, which caused the man great alarm. He pushed Kakashi's hand from his torso, and quickly leapt away. The faked traitor and his sensei quickly rushed to engage the man, while the blonde hung back. The masked man ducked under a swing from the Sannin's sword, and as soon as it passed over him, the Uchiha used him as a springboard to launch into the air above the man. Fire style. Searing migraine. He yelled as he blasted the snake with a massive onslaught of flames. Water style. Water wall. Enclosure. The Sannin yelled, as 4 walls of water formed around him, and one took the position overhead. This cube of water negated the fire jutsu, and left the snake man unharmed. Fuinjutsu. Reverse summoning. Came the soft yell of Naruto, and he suddenly appeared behind the oldest in the room. He buried a kunai in each of the man's shoulders and used them as a handhold to wrench the man to the ground. Using the headhunter jutsu, 4 clones' hands burst from the ground below the man, each grabbing onto his body and holding him in place. Not even a second later, Naruto had his scroll rolled open beside the man, and quickly executed his formula. Uzumaki Forbidden Fuinjutsu. Body repossession of Izanagi. The spiritual form of the god of life came to existence behind the blonde Junin. The astral form grabbed hold of the Sannin, and with a pained scream, the snake was pulled away from the realm of the living, with no body to be left behind. His soul would forever wander the earth. Naruto, what did you just do? Asked Kakashi. Well, if one has enough chakra, they can use this sealing technique without dying, he said, panting heavily. But the strain put on the user's body is immense, and effectively removes them from the battlefield. He trailed off as he collapsed from bodily exhaustion. Kakashi quickly caught the boy and laid him gently to the ground. Sensei, we need to remove Sasuke's curse mark. Orochimaru can be brought back with it. When I remove it, it'll bring him out. You'll need to kill him again and seal his body away with this formula, he said as he slowly drew a new sealing formula out on the scroll. The blonde handed the scroll to Kakashi, and motioned for Sasuke to come to him. Sasuke, sit down. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow before sitting cross-legged next to Naruto. The Junin slowly pushed himself from the ground and stood over his friend. I've spent a lot of my time since coming back studying Anko's seal. I developed this to remove it. I'm using you as a test subject because you're too stubborn to die from this. Wait, what? Sasuke moved to question his friend but was interrupted when Naruto placed his palm over the seal and made hand signs with his opposite hand. Fuinjutsu. Curse seal purge and removal. Sasuke screamed out in pain as the blonde seal did its work. It purged the chakra from the mark, and forced Orochimaru out. As soon as the snake man was out, Kakashi slammed his Chidori into his chest. He grabbed hold of the formula Naruto had made, and activated it with a hand seal. Streams of kanji and unrecognizable characters wrapped around Orochimaru. As they fully enveloped him, he screamed in agony as they ripped away his chakra and life force. Once he had been drained, the seals slowly retracted back into the scroll, and they carried the body with them. With this, Naruto finally collapsed once again, but this time he was forced into unconsciousness. Well, Sasuke, are you alright? The Uchiha winced and stood slowly. Yeah, all alive, can we go back now? Sure thing, Kakashi said with an eye smile. So that's it, he's dead? Asked the blonde Hokage. Yes ma'am, as far as we know, everyone with the curse mark is dead, and Naruto is currently in the process of removing Anko's. The only bad news we have to report from the operation is that Kabuto was not located during any of the fighting, he is still at large. The masked Junin reported. Alright good, I'll keep hunter teams out looking for him. Sasuke. Yes ma'am? Welcome back from your mission. All of this will be reported to the village tomorrow, and your status as a missing nin will be removed. She said, folding her hands and resting her chin upon them. Thank you ma'am, I'd like permission to go after the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. No, not yet. Your strength is to be evaluated. You shall be tested against Kakashi and or Naruto. There we will determine if you are capable of taking the mission you request. I assure you ma'am I am of the utmost capability. Sasuke started but was interrupted by the blonde woman. I don't care, this will happen. I've no doubt you're capable, but the rest of the Junin command structure needs to see your skills before you leap into the fray. She countered. The Uchiha moved to counter with his own argument, but was stopped when the door to the office opened. Ski, you act like you don't want to fight me. Naruto. Just go along with it. It won't take long, you stubborn fool. Fine. Alright, the Hokage cut in. The test will be at Training Ground 7. Be there at sunrise. Yes ma'am. Sasuke, head home, rest and prepare yourself. Kakashi, Naruto, stay here. I'm not done with you yet. As she finished, the Uchiha excused himself from the room, and the two remaining shinobi stood before their leader. Kakashi, Naruto, you two will be leading a special team to hunt down Akatsuki members. Uchiha Itachi will be handled by Naruto and Sasuke, assuming the Uchiha proves strong enough. Kakashi, you, Yamato, and Guy will escort the two of them on their way to find Uchiha Itachi. Understood ma'am. Anything else? Nothing more for you Naruto, you may go. Kakashi, begin collection of intel we have on every possible member of the organization, and set up a briefing packet. Also get a readout of all of Itachi's known abilities put into a packet for Naruto. Yes ma'am, will do. Ready Sasuke? Of course I am, idiot. Don't underestimate me Sasuke. I'm leagues above what I was when you left. So am I. Shut up both of you. Now, begin, yelled the blonde Hokage. Almost instantly after she finished, the grounds were littered with tri-pronged kunai. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed to life, and he focused in on Naruto. The blonde was behind him in seconds, his body flicker almost blowing Sasuke's expectations out of the water. A kunai swung down for the Uchiha's shoulder, and was barely stopped by his quick reflexes with his sword. Lightning instantly surrounded the black-haired man's body, before blasting out from around him like an urchin. The lightning spikes forced Naruto to substitute away, one of his clones he had hidden immediately taking the full force of the attack. That's new, I call it lightning style, porcupine technique. It's useful, the sole loyal Uchiha said. That it is, replied the blonde. The Uchiha quickly appeared behind the blonde in motion of a sword swing. Naruto barely caught it with his kunai. Your flicker is better than it was, but it's still yet to surpass mine. But you've made tons of progress, I'm impressed. Keep it up, the blonde commented as they engaged in a battle with their blades. Naruto dual-wielded his kunai to combat Sasuke's sword. I'll beat your flicker someday. Sure ya will. The blonde laughed. Now show me that's not all you've got with your lightning. I expect more than a glorified pincushion defense. As he finished he flickered a distance away and fired off a wind jutsu. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Phoenix Inferno takeover. A massive bird made of fire blasted from Sasuke's mouth. It opened its huge beak and swallowed the wind jutsu, using it as fuel to enhance the technique even farther. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, he definitely hadn't expected that. Water style. Great waterfall jutsu. He proceeded to blast a massive stream of water into the air, causing it to come crashing down atop the phoenix. Now that was impressive, he commented. I developed it to solely deal with you damn wind users. The Uchiha said with a confident smirk. Maybe it's time I get serious then. The blonde replied. No, the match is over. I've seen enough. You two will tear this place apart if I let you continue. That fire jutsu you developed is easily an A- rank jutsu. That's gonna be enough for me to call it. Uchiha Sasuke, I now promote you to Junin. The blonde Hokage finished as she made her way in between the ninja. Thank you, ma'am, he said, giving her a slight bow. You're welcome. Now, both of you have my full permission to begin your hunt of the Akatsuki members. Get some rest for a few days, you begin next week. Grab Kakashi, Guy, and Yamato, and head out when you're ready. Naruto spent the next week hanging out with Rika, and working with his new team in analyzing the abilities of the known Akatsuki members. The only ones they had confirmed were Itachi and Kisame, along with Hidan and Kakuzu, but the latter two were already dead. They studied and strategized, and before they knew it there was only a day left. Naruto sat in his kitchen, eating and looking over one of the reported sightings of Itachi. He moved to take another bite, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. He stood, and quickly made his way over. Opening it, he greeted his favorite person. Hey Rika. Naruto. How are you? I'm good, and you? Oh, not so bad. Are you busy? Could I come in maybe? Nah, just looking over some stuff. Sure, make yourself at home. She walked in as he stood aside. He closed the door, and sat with her at his table. So what brings you here? I thought you had a mission today? It was cancelled. The client managed to solve the problem before we even left. I heard you have a mission yourself. Damn it, Guy must have been blabbing again, huh? Yeah, we do, but it's a high priority one. He replied. Is it another S rank? Yeah, it is. I'm sorry I can't really talk about it. She looked down at the ground, but her facial expression was still monotone along with her voice. Naruto, you've been on a lot of those lately, haven't you? She questioned without ever looking up. Yeah, I suppose I have. He said with a laugh. The village says jump, I say how high. Naruto, she said, and trailed off as she stood from her chair. She motioned him to follow her as she walked out to his balcony. What is it, Rika? Turning around to face him, she showed a rare look of emotion on her face. Please be careful. I care a lot about you, and I can't lose you like we lost Ryuko. The tall blonde leaned down slightly, and laid his hand on her shoulder. Rika, I'm strong. I won't go down easy. She gave him the rarest glimpse of how she looked when she was angry, and even raised her voice. That's not it. I don't want you to get hurt. Alright, I'll be as careful as possible, I promise. That's better, she said blankly. He started to turn around as if to lead them back into the house, but he was stopped when she suddenly wrapped her arms around him and squeezed him lightly. He managed to hear her faintly whisper, please come back safe. He smiled at her words, and offered to cook dinner. They ate happily, sharing comments about the latest events around the village. After a while, he walked her home, and left to prepare for the start of his team's mission the next morning. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Son of Two Heroes, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Darling in the Fox, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.